ambassador that is arriving this evening. It's a budget problem because too much lifting.
But it's great that you can
No, I mean, as a presidency, we could have been more than be here with the President of the Republic and the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the same time for this session. So I hope that the delegates will appreciate the commitment of the presidency.
I hope that you understand carefully.
Thank you. Thank you.
7 minutes late, please.
7 minutes late. My Secretary General of the Assembly tells me. But nevertheless, the sitting is open. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to announce that the city of Izmir in Turkey has been awarded the 2022 Europe Prize. Since the creation of the Europe Prize, I'm now looking to the head of the Turkish delegation. Since the creation of the Europe Prize in 1955, Izmir is the 83rd city to be awarded with this prestigious prize for European cities. I congratulate the city of Izmir and the Turkish delegation with that prize. Now, the first item on the agenda is the questions to our Secretary General, Madam Marija Pejcinovic Buric. I will remind colleagues that the questions asked will take no more time than 1 minute. Madam Secretary General, as always, we are most happy that you are here with us. We have elected you, and it's great that you always are willing to be held accountable for everything that you are doing. You have seen that the focus of this plenary session is, of course, on the consequences of the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. That is the main issue of our plenary session. You know that the Secretary General, together with the Chair of the Committee of Ministers and me as the President, worked very closely together in having the right answers to this great problem. And together we decided, the Assembly, the Committee of Ministers, and with you, that we had to take this sad but necessary decision to expel for the first time ever a member state from the membership of our organization. And we now have to deal with the consequences of that and many other things. So I am looking forward to hear your answering the questions of our members. You know, they are never easy, but you are skilled enough to deal with them, Marija. First, on behalf of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, I call Mr. Schwaber, Frank Schwaber from Germany. Frank, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Secretary General. Usually I would like to ask and to have a question about Ukraine, for sure, the situation there. But since we have a lot of other opportunities to speak about it tomorrow and next tomorrow, I would like to put attention to another deep crisis we face since long, but we saw it really very clear yesterday, that there seems to be countries who think that in the shadow of this conflict and Russia's aggression towards Ukraine, they can, I don't know, commit human rights violations. And this is the shocking decision about Osman Kavala, to send him to prison for long life, and 7 others for 18 years. And I know it's a prerogative of the Committee of Ministers, and the court has to deal with the question, but we have to do something as a rule in this organization. Today, the monitoring committee decided not to have the next meeting in Ankara as a first reaction. I would like to ask you, what can we do together? How can we face, how we can react on this really shocking decision in Turkey yesterday?
Madam Secretary General.
Well, thank you very much for this very pertinent question. And you would know from the Bureau meetings and this Parliamentary Assembly and some other fora that probably the execution of this case has been the most time mentioned by myself, I think, as I can recall. Not because others do not matter, because the principle is the same for all. The obligation to abide by the court's rulings are not kind invitation. I have repeated that time again and again. And this goes for this ruling as for the others. The fact that we have arrived so far only shows how important this matter is. Mr. Kavala has been detained for over 5 years now. Our court was very clear on what they consider that was there were not evidence for such a detention, and I must say that I'm very disappointed by yesterday's court decision in Turkey sentencing Mr. Kavala to prison to life in prison. This is the 7th time that courts in Turkey have missed the opportunity to comply with the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. And as you mentioned rightly, the Committee of Ministers, that is our body by virtue of Article 46, that is the one to follow the execution of judgments. And the CM, after long procedure, before that being, I think, 7 times in the DH since May 2000, when the court's ruling was final. And 2 of these times were not only decisions, but were resolution very strongly calling Turkish side to abide by the court ruling, and it didn't happen. So CM decided in February to refer the European Court's the question whether Turkey has failed to fulfill its obligation under Article 46(1) from European Convention. And the only reason why this time I didn't issue a new statement, yet there were quite a few before, was because there is a judicial review by our court, and it wouldn't be appropriate for myself to make another public statement. But of course, we wait for the courts to adjudicate and give the answer to the Committee of Ministers. You also rightly mentioned that this, apart the fact that CM is the main responsible bodies, we all have our part to play in this. And from my side, I also mentioned that several times before. Whenever was the possibility to meet high-level Turkish politicians, mainly foreign minister, I always called for freeing Mr. Kavala and execution full and swift of this judgment. The last time I did it was in March, while I was in Antalya forum in Turkey. So I can only say that we should, everyone from our side, I know that some of you made very, very clear and strong statements to that. There is still the decision of the court is not final. I suppose that the defendant will ask to review the case. So we will see how it will continue. But we are approaching, unfortunately, with this infringement procedure, as you say, the wall actually in this matter, unless something will happen and the court judgment will be fully executed. So there is still some hope. But unfortunately, we need to wait for the two courts, our court and the Court of Istanbul, to give their judgment.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Next question comes from Mr. Alexander Pejcinovic from Poland, and is the president of the EPP group. Alexander?
Merci beaucoup, Président. Madame la Secrétaire Générale, vous n'allez pas être surprise. Ma question porte sur l'Ukraine et les plans d'action dédiés pour ce pays en guerre. Nous avons entendu déjà les actions ponctuelles menées par le Conseil, mais je souhaite savoir un peu plus sur la stratégie proposée par le Conseil. Je sais que vous êtes en cours de planifier une visite à Kiev, et à ce sujet, j'aimerais vous demander plus de détails sur le programme de votre potentiel déplacement en Ukraine. Quand vous comptez y aller, quelles sont les propositions ou des solutions concrètes que vous allez soumettre aux Ukrainiens? Et la dernière question, elle porte sur la situation en Moldavie. Je sais que rien ne s'est passé encore à présent, mais quand nous avons parlé de la situation en Ukraine en janvier, c'était exactement la même situation. Est-ce que vous comptez anticiper ce que peut se passer? Est-ce que vous avez des plans concernant Moldavie? Parce que ça peut être le prochain problème pour cette organisation.
Merci, Alexander. Madame la secrétaire générale.
Tout d'abord, merci pour cette question. Bien sûr que dans ces temps horribles où il y a la guerre qui est entrée aujourd'hui dans sa 62e journée, il est impensable de ne pas parler de la situation en Ukraine. Et de nouveau, je voudrais renouveler ma solidarité avec l'Ukraine, avec le peuple ukrainien et avec les autorités ukrainiennes. Ce qu'on a vu, c'est vraiment le courage et qu'on doit saluer. Et on a à faire tout ce qu'on puisse, y inclut du côté du Conseil de l'Europe, mais chacun de nous de sa côté, pour soutenir et soulager cette situation qui est sans précédent pour l'organisation qui est le Conseil de l'Europe. Comme vous l'avez dit, j'ai déjà parlé dans certains instants au Conseil de l'Europe de plans d'action qu'on a eu, si vous vous souvenez, notre plan d'action qu'on a eu avant la guerre était le plus grand plan d'action. Le bureau de Kiev était le plus grand dans nos États membres où nous avons les bureaux. Tout ça témoigne de l'importance qu'on a portée avant la guerre, qu'on porte encore et qu'on portera encore pour beaucoup de temps pour l'Ukraine. Bien sûr qu'une fois la guerre éclatée, il fallait penser sur plusieurs volets. Le premier volet, c'est ce qu'on puisse faire ici, maintenant, à ce moment où les violences se passent et la crise des civils, on peut témoigner de jour en jour. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire à plus long terme? Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire comme plan d'action révisé? Et qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans certains volets de l'action avec l'Ukraine? Donc, d'abord, je voudrais parler que déjà début mars, j'avais eu le premier contact avec les autorités ukrainiennes, notamment avec la procureure générale, Madame Madame Benediktova, avec laquelle on a conclu que la procureure générale a des besoins très précis en ce qui concerne l'aide immédiate pour elle-même et son team pour pouvoir documenter et donner suite ou mener les enquêtes en ce qui concerne les flagrantes violations des droits de l'homme. Donc, on a tout de suite mis en place un groupe d'experts qui a depuis commencé à travailler avec Madame la procureure générale. Voilà, c'est ce qu'on fait de l'immédiat, ce qu'on a fait sur la base de demandes très précises de la procureure générale. En ce qui concerne le plan, les mesures qu'on puisse mettre en place maintenant, je ne parlerai pas des détails parce que les détails sont encore discutés avec le côté ukrainien, mais je peux vous dire que c'est sur 5 volets. C'est des actions avec lesquelles on voulait adresser les questions qui sont liées directement avec l'agression qui est subie par l'Ukraine de cette agression de la part de la Fédération de Russie. Donc, j'attends le feu vert, si je peux le dire de cette manière, de côté ukrainien. Je crois qu'on est très près. On a déjà échangé plusieurs fois les idées. Et le moment quand le côté ukrainien dans son feu vert à ce plan, il va être publié et en même temps, j'ai aussi dit que de ma part, je suis prête à aller à n'importe quel moment à Kiev et qu'il faut comme c'était le cas pour votre délégation de cette assemblée parlementaire, il faut qu'il soit une invitation parce que même sans guerre, on ne peut pas se rendre sur une place sans une invitation et sans une idée très précise de ce qu'on va faire. Donc, j'attends aussi cette invitation. Je suis en contact avec les autorités ukrainiennes et j'espère que très prochainement, j'aurai la possibilité de me rendre à Kiev et espérons qu'en même temps, j'aurai la possibilité aussi de parler de plan d'action, de celui qu'on va mettre en place immédiatement, mais aussi de celui qu'on a dévisé pour le temps immédiatement après, une fois la guerre est finie. Et je dois dire que hier, j'ai écouté avec beaucoup d'attention l'allocution du président Zelensky, où il disait, à moins de ma part que j'ai remarqué, qu'il parlait de ce qu'il faut faire déjà, des préparations pour l'après-guerre. Je crois que c'est une approche très importante, ce qui donne l'espoir qu'il y aura à la fin de la guerre très prochainement et que tous ensemble, on va travailler sur la phase de l'après-guerre. Entre-temps, il y a les conséquences en ce qui concerne les réfugiés qui sont déjà à l'heure actuelle dépassés 5,2 millions. Et comme vous le savez très bien, vous venez de pays qui a reçu la plupart des réfugiés venant de l'Ukraine, mais d'autres pays ont aussi beaucoup travaillé, enfin ont beaucoup pris en charge tous les pays qui sont riverains, qui sont frontalières à l'Ukraine, notamment Hongrie, Slovaquie, République tchèque, Moldavie aussi. Et qui aussi sont submergés par tout ce qu'il faut faire pour un nombre très grand des réfugiés, parce que comme vous l'avez vu, c'est le nombre le plus important après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale qui est apparu dans très peu de temps. Donc, il y a beaucoup à faire sur le plan de migration et des réfugiés. Ma représentante spéciale pour les réfugiés et les migrants, aussi bien que la commissaire aux droits de l'homme que vous l'avez attendue ce matin, qui s'est rendue notamment en Moldavie parmi les premiers au début du mois de mars. Ma représentante spéciale va se rendre en Moldavie parce que Moldavie avait posé une demande pour une aide très concrète et c'est une aide pour donner de la formation à différents volets pour aider les réfugiés. Parce qu'il faut savoir que c'est pas seulement être un réfugié, c'est pas seulement partir de sa maison. Ça peut laisser, si on ne traite pas d'une manière appropriée, ça peut laisser les traces pour toute la vie. Et la plupart parmi ceux qui sont réfugiés pour l'instant, c'est les femmes et les enfants qui sont par définition les personnes vulnérables. Comme on a le plan d'action qu'on a mis en place pour les 5 prochaines années à venir pour ce qui concerne les réfugiés et les migrants, ma représentante spéciale a déjà dévisé un programme de réponse immédiate aux besoins des pays qui ont pris la plupart des réfugiés et qui va se rendre sur place, mais aussi qui va, par son biais, former certaines équipes qui allont aider ces gens-là. Et je remercie aussi pour certains États membres qui ont déjà montré la volonté à aider à ce plan de l'aide immédiate aux réfugiés. Et maintenant, pour finir par ce volet, qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans le Conseil de l'Europe pour l'instant? Il y a la Banque du Conseil de l'Europe qui a immédiatement mis en 5 millions d'euros à l'Ukraine qui pouvaient être immédiatement utilisés pour les besoins les plus urgents pour les réfugiés. Entre-temps, la banque a continué et elle a maintenant donné 1 milliard d'euros en social inclusion bonds qui ont la durée de 7 années pour atténuer les problèmes sociaux et la situation des migrants qui se trouvent à l'intérieur et à l'extérieur de l'Ukraine. Voilà, c'est ce qu'on fait. Moi aussi, je vais rencontrer cette semaine Madame Denisova, la commissaire aux droits de l'homme du Parlement ukrainien, pour voir quels seraient ses besoins à elle et à son équipe pour aider concrètement aussi la commissaire aux droits de l'homme. Voilà ce qu'on fait en totalité. Donc, pour les détails de ma visite, pour les détails de plan d'action, on peut en revenir une fois quand j'ai conclu ça avec le côté ukrainien, mais restez assurés que je ferai de tout mon mieux que ma visite ait lieu très prochainement et que l'aide qu'on va mettre en place va être utile, tenant compte du mandat du Conseil de l'Europe, notamment le droit de l'homme, la démocratie et l'état de droit. En ce qui concerne la Moldavie, une question très pertinente. Je suis concernée, comme vous, avec la situation de sécurité qui autour et dans la région de Transnistrie. Il faut noter aussi que le ministre des Affaires étrangères de Moldavie a demandé à tous les acteurs internationaux de respecter la neutralité qui est inscrite dans la constitution moldave. Donc, il faut aussi prendre compte de sa position. Hier et ces derniers jours, on a lu les rapports sur les explosions en Transnistrie et ça ne s'annonce pas bien, je suis d'accord avec vous. La Moldavie a aussi beaucoup de réfugiés avec lesquels, enfin, elle a montré beaucoup de générosité, mais il faut savoir que c'est un pays qui est très petit en nombre et qu'il faut certainement déviser tout ce qu'on puisse pour leur aider financièrement et autrement pour aider à gérer la situation avec les réfugiés qui ont trouvé l'abri là-bas. Je sais aussi que de leur part, ils ont eu beaucoup de peur si jamais l'agression sur le sud de l'Ukraine se produit encore plus fortement que ce n'est le cas maintenant. Ça se peut que encore beaucoup plus de réfugiés chercheront le refuge en Moldavie, et dans ce cas-ci, peut-être ça sera ingérable pour un pays comme Moldavie. Voilà, tenant compte de tout cela, je crois qu'il faut être vigilant, mais il faut toujours revenir au droit international. Ce qui va pour l'Ukraine et pour d'autres de nos pays, ça va pour la République de Moldova. Il faut jamais cesser de soutenir leur souveraineté et leur intégrité territoriale telle qu'il est internationalement reconnu. Voilà, pour l'instant, il faut être vigilant. Il faut se méfier que la crise ne déborde pas les frontières ukrainiennes. Mais bien sûr, ça ne dépend pas seulement de notre côté, ça dépend de l'agresseur. J'espère que ça ne va pas être le cas, parce que si ça continue, ça va vraiment devenir une crise encore plus accrue et plus difficile à gérer que ce n'est pas pour l'instant.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. We are running out of time, but we still have 3 questions, at least on behalf of the political groups, to be dealt with. So I would like to ask the 3 speakers on behalf of the political groups to now first ask their question, and then there are some remaining minutes for you to answer. First, Mr. Gagan Mohindra from the United Kingdom on behalf of the ECDA. Mr. Mohindra, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you mentioned in your opening speech, the expulsion of Russia from this place is an important message, but it does have repercussions, partly to do with budget. The over 33 million euros that they would contribute to our budget has meant that we need to be conscious about where we spend our money. Could Madam Secretary-General please justify why we continue to support the North-South Centre given these tight financial straits? And could she also just give her views on why she regards it as core to business as usual for the Council of Europe? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohindra. The next question comes, la prochaine question est de Madame Nicole Duraton de la France, au nom du groupe ADLE. Nicole, un minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame la Secrétaire Générale, donc vous avez répondu en partie aux questions que je souhaitais vous poser concernant l'Ukraine. Une dernière, toutefois, sans connaître les difficultés de la situation sur place, il nous paraît indispensable que le bureau du Conseil de l'Europe en Ukraine rouvre le plus rapidement possible, et on ne peut pas attendre. Donc je suis convaincue que votre visite prochaine aura une portée importante. Peut-être pourrez-vous nous faire des annonces en ce sens. Et j'en profite, puisque j'ai un peu de temps, pour vous poser une autre question sur un autre dossier. Vous avez sans aucun doute eu connaissance des menaces de mort qui pèsent sur notre ancien collègue suisse Dick Martin, qui a rendu un rapport sur le trafic d'organes au Kosovo. Que pensez-vous faire pour que ces menaces cessent et que les gouvernements concernés soient mis en face de leurs responsabilités face à notre Assemblée? Je vous remercie.
Merci, Nicole. And the last question on behalf of the political groups comes from Madame Laura Castel from Spain, and she speaks on behalf of the UEL group. Laura, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Secretary General, 2 years ago we asked the Committee of Ministers to take action against illegal espionage. The answer was, at that time, lodge an application before the European Court of Human Rights and apply binding treaties. Last week, the greatest espionage scandal broke out. Almost 70 people have been victims of Pegasus only in Catalonia. Lawyers, politicians, journalists, maybe some of you here. Because domestic espionage is a growing malpractice within the Council of Europe. The aggravated life sentence against Mr. Kavala shows that binding treaties or European Court judgments are not effective enough. And the Committee of Ministers cannot shy away from this. The European Union has started to tackle this. What effective actions do you propose, or maybe have you proposed, to stop this severe violation of privacy and freedom of expression rights? Thank you, Madam Secretary General.
Thank you, Laura. Madam Secretary General, could you please answer these three questions?
Yes, okay. First for budget and most precisely for North-South Center. Generally, yes, the expulsion of Russian leaders to 7% of ordinary budget whole. It is yearly almost 33 or 34 million euros. So it doesn't make it easy, but because our budget is not overall is not so big, so 7% makes a big hole. For how to counter that, me and my colleagues have already started to talks with some member states. You already know that some member states, some parliamentarians among you have already contacted and some delegations have already committed to assist that Council of Europe doesn't suffer from the fact that Russia has been expulsed rightfully from this place. And I think that the work we do here is really a value for money. So we need all together to work on this to find a way. And I'm very positive on the reactions of a number of member states for filling the hole for this year, which makes it a little bit lesser because Russia is still due to pay 5.8 million for this year, a contribution, until it ceased to be a member, and the arrears also, the 8.8 million. But for the next year, it's a full year contribution. So I really hope that we will discuss that certainly also at the ministerial in Turin, that we will find a way to really stand by the values that we here in the Council of Europe promote and assist our member states to abide by the rules that we together work on. Now for the North-South Center, it does exist for over 30 years. It has merit in being a forum between Council of Europe member states, which is almost the whole Europe, and our neighborhood, especially in the south. And in a way, it was a way through its yearly forum or through the prize that was given yearly, that it actually spread the values and standards of the Council of Europe in its southern neighborhood. So it has the merit of being a forum for such a dialogue on important issues, starting from artificial intelligence to the death penalty. So there is certainly some good work done by this center. Now, when it comes to the merit, the North-South Center is a partial agreement, and as partial agreements on its fate, it's only member states that can decide, like for any other that we have within our system. So I think it's up to the member states when they have their regular management meetings to decide whether they still see the benefit of the North-South Center. I personally believe that we don't have many places like this center is to outreach outside of our 46 member states. We quite a lot, or almost all of our work is inward-looking. So we work within our remit. And I think having a specialized agreement or a specialized or a center to work also with our neighborhood, in this case is mostly North-South, as its name says, has certainly a merit, but it's not up to me to decide whether this, in the given circumstances, should continue or not. Now for le bureau de Kiev, vous avez raison, ce que je n'ai pas dit lors de ma réponse à la question qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec l'Ukraine, c'est le fait que tous ceux qui avaient le droit et qui voulaient partir de l'Ukraine, enfin ceux 60 ans des personnes qui travaillaient au bureau de Kiev, nous les avons aidés de se rendre soit en Hongrie ou ailleurs. Nous avons mis à disposition plusieurs mesures pour les aider, y compris les mesures de l'aide psychologique. Et tous ceux qui avaient leur contrat qui durait ou devrait expirer très prochainement, on a immédiatement mis en place la mesure de les prolonger jusqu'à la fin de l'année. Donc, les gens sont en sécurité. C'est vrai que pour l'instant, le bureau de Kiev n'est pas en fonction, mais le moment où on aura le feu vert du côté ukrainien, on certainement pourra considérer quand et comment on va retourner à Kiev. Bien sûr, il faut prendre en compte les mesures de sécurité et de sûreté, mais il serait le temps d'y réfléchir au moment où on aura le travail qui sera agréé avec nos collègues ukrainiens de ce qu'on va faire. Donc, c'est déjà dans ma tête, mais pour en dire plus pour l'instant, ce n'est pas possible, mais j'y pense parce que au moment où on aura le plan d'action de l'aide immédiate, on aura besoin de ces gens. Peut-être pour l'instant, ils pouvaient aussi télétravailler, mais on espère tous qu'eux, ils pouvaient se rendre dans leur pays. La plupart sont les citoyennes ukrainiennes. En ce qui concerne le cas de Monsieur Dick Marty, je suis un peu comment dire, cette affaire. C'est vrai qu'il est impensable qu'une personne qui est députée, qui est élue, soit menacée de quiconque pour la raison pourquoi il a fait le travail ici au Conseil de l'Europe. Donc c'est impensable, je crois, dans le monde démocratique de faire de telles menaces, et de ma part, je peux seulement condamner les menaces qui vont à son égard. Et de ce qu'on pourrait faire, je suis certain et sûr que les autorités pertinentes de Suisse feront de leur mieux de suivre de voir qui est derrière et comment aller de l'avant. Bien sûr qu'au Conseil de l'Europe, on n'a pas la possibilité de mener des enquêtes de ce genre, mais je peux vous assurer que je condamne très fermement le fait que quelqu'un qui a travaillé pour le Conseil de l'Europe, et si je me rappelle bien, M. Marty avait travaillé très bien, qui avait eu plusieurs rapports ici, pas seulement un pour lequel il est attaqué. Et je crois que c'est pour la sécurité et sûreté de vous tous, de nous tous, qu'il faut s'attaquer immédiatement sur le fait qu'une personne députée qu'il était ou qu'il est maintenant en retraite, peu importe, soit attaquée sur la base du travail qui avait été fait ici. For the Pegasus and surveillance concerns, I can only share the fact that in democratic world, and certainly according, if we follow the standards of the Council of Europe, the European Convention on Human Rights, and a few other specialized conventions like Cybercrime Convention and the Convention 108 Plus on data protection certainly are there to protect our citizens from any surveillance. Of course, I heard of allegations in different member states before you talk about Spain and Catalonia in particular, and I can say for each of these cases that any interception of communication by member states, including national security services, must abide by the Article 8 of Private and Family Life of the ECHR and the case law of the court. So certainly we must refer to this important fact. Now, what are the monitoring possibilities of us? Certainly not only the the following and the monitoring of the European Convention on Human Rights and the court judgments, but also from these two conventions we have specialized tools which all can be put at work if there are the allegations that you mentioned and that have been mentioned can be documented by appropriate authority from in the case of Catalonia, of the Spanish Authority for Data Collection. So the moment that we have this issue is confirmed, if it is confirmed, then I think the relevant monitoring bodies can start their work. But in general, I think in our member states, the surveillance can be justified only if it is written in the law, and in very special circumstances in a democratic environment for the reasons for national security, for public health or others. But it is certainly not conceivable and not good to hear that there are that people, and in particular people pertaining to civil society, which at so many occasions we have praised, and we have in number of our ministerial sessions and other documents, we called for strengthening civil society. And in what is allegedly the case here are the members of the civil society. So I think this issue, if it proves to be true, has different facettes that we will need to work on. But civil society, politicians also elected are important part of democratic society, and we need to do everything which we can in order to protect that.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, although there are 11 questions remaining. I hope that if these questions are sent to you in writing, that your office will take care that an answer will be given. So may I thank you very much for again being here with us. Looking forward to see you the next time. Before we go to the next item of business on our agenda, I would like to announce the results of the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Ukraine. The members voting were 119, spoiled or blank ballots were 3, votes cast was 187, votes for an absolute majority required is 94. The votes were cast as follows. Madam Tatiana Ansupova, 20 votes. Mr. Mykola Gnatskovsky, 167 votes. Mr. Alexander Vodanikov, 0 votes. That means Mr. Mykola Gnatskovsky, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence no later than 3 months after his election. Thank you very much for listening to this result, and congratulations to Mr. Gnatovsky. Then we are going to the next item of business, a debate on the report on de-institutionalization of persons with disabilities. We wait for a minute so that the rapporteur has arrived and the staff. So, as I announced, the next item of business this afternoon is a debate on the report titled De-institutionalization of Persons with Disabilities. You find it in document 15496, presented by Madam Marija de Bruin-Wezenman on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. We shall also hear an opinion from Madam Liliana Tanguy on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. In order to finish by 5:35 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:20 p.m. to allow for the replies and the vote on the amendments and the draft resolution and the draft recommendation. The rapporteur, Madam De Bruin, has 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 3 minutes to reply to the end of the debate. And therefore, now I'm honored, Madam De Bruin-Wezenman, to give you the floor. And you have 7 minutes, as said.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, persons with disabilities have the same human rights as you and me. They have the right to live independently and receive appropriate community-based services. This applies no matter how intensive support needs. Society must accommodate human diversity and enable persons with disabilities to be an active part of it, to achieve full inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities in communities. This report is a follow-up to my last report on ending coercion in mental health, the need for a human right-based approach. Deinstitutionalization, in my opinion, is a key stepping stone to ending coercion in mental health. The rights of persons with disabilities to equality and inclusion are now recognized at the international level. In particular, thanks to the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the CRPD, adopted in 2006, which represented an important milestone in the shift to a human right-based approach of disability. The UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability is currently working on guidelines on living independently and being included in the community. The purpose of these guidelines is to supplement the committee's general comment number 5 by providing concrete guidance to state parties and other actors on how to carry out deinstitutionalization, including in emergency situations, in line with the CRPD. These guidelines, once adopted, should be implemented by the Council of Europe member states as a matter of urgency. But in the meantime, placement on institutions affects the lives of more than 1 million European citizens and is a pervasive violation of the rights as laid down in Article 19 of the CRPD, which calls to firm commitment to deinstitutionalization. Institutions are defined as any residential care where residents are isolated from the broader community. Residents do not have sufficient control of their lives and over decisions which affect them. And the requirements of the organization itself tend to take precedence over the residents' individual needs. Institutions may differ from one context to another. There are certain defining elements: lack of control over day-to-day decisions, rigidity of routine, disrespecting personal preferences or needs, identical activities, a paternalistic approach, supervision of living arrangement without consent, and limited influence over whom to accept assistance from. But also, many persons with disabilities are isolated from their communities due to inaccessibilities of facilities such as schools, healthcare and transportation, as well as a lack of community-based support schemes. Persons with disabilities are some of the most vulnerable individuals in our society. Being placed in institutions further puts them at risk of systemic and individual human rights violations, and many experience physical, mental and sexual violence. Children are particularly vulnerable for institutionalization on the basis of impairment, and in many cases, children are forcefully removed from their families and placed in institutions. Scientific research into children's early development shows that even a relatively short institutional placement can negatively affect brain development and have lifelong consequences on emotional well-being and behavior. Thus, we must do everything in our power to put this to an end. A key challenge is to ensure that the process of deinstitutionalization itself is carried out in a way that is human rights compliant. This includes respecting the rights of the user groups, minimizing risk of harm, and ensuring positive outcomes for the persons concerned. The process of deinstitutionalization requires a long-term strategy that ensures that good quality care is available in community settings. As institutionalized persons are being reintegrated into society, there is a need for a comprehensive social service and individualized support in the deinstitutionalization process in order to support these persons and, in many cases, their families or other carers. Such support must be accompanied by specific access to services outside institutions, enabling people to obtain care, work, social assistance, housing, etc., etc., thus also addressing the social determinants of health. Access to mainstream services is a good illustration of how costs may be reduced in the long term by ensuring that community services and facilities for the general population are available on an equal basis to persons with disabilities. But in the process of deinstitutionalization is not managed properly and without due consideration to special needs of each person concerned, this can have unfortunate consequences. The lack of support and monitoring can lead to abuse and violence and even a return to institutions. So independent mechanisms must be empowered to monitor the process properly. I recommend Member States to allocate adequate resources to support services that enable persons with disabilities to live in their communities. This requires a redistribution of public funds from institutions to the strengthening, creating and maintaining community-based services. This may require targeted investments, in particular in the initial phase. The Council of Europe, Development Bank and other social development funds can support such efforts. Thus, Member States should develop, in cooperation with organizations of persons with disabilities, adequately funded human rights compliance strategies for deinstitutionalization with clear time frames and benchmark with a view to a genuine transition to independent living for persons with disabilities in accordance with Article 19 of the CRPD. Finally, I call on Parliament to take the necessary steps to progressively repeal legislation authorizing institutionalization of persons with disabilities, as well as mental health legislation allowing treatment without consent, and not to support or endorse draft legal texts which would make successful and meaningful deinstitutionalization more difficult, and which go against the spirit of the letter of the CRPD. Mr. President, so far my presentation. I am looking forward to the debate with my colleagues and to hear their opinion about this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur, and compliments for the presentation of your report. We are now going to listen to Madam Tanguy, Rapporteur of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, to present the committee's opinion, which you find in document 15509. You have 3 minutes, Madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, au cœur de la Convention des Nations Unies sur les droits des personnes handicapées, l'instrument international de référence dans ce domaine, se trouve une approche du handicap fondée sur le plein respect des droits humains. En ratifiant cette convention, les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe ont indiqué leur soutien à cette approche. Au fil du temps et dans le cadre des nombreux débats relatifs à la promotion des droits des personnes en situation de handicap tenus dans cette enceinte au cours des dernières années, l'Assemblée a également confirmé à maintes reprises son soutien au plein respect des droits des personnes handicapées. Je tiens à féliciter Madame Braun-Weismann pour son rapport qui met clairement en exergue les raisons pour lesquelles la désinstitutionnalisation des personnes handicapées doit faire partie intégrante de cette approche. Son rapport rappelle par ailleurs qu'il s'agit là d'une obligation qui découle de l'article 19 de la CDPH relative à l'autonomie de vie et à l'inclusion dans la société des personnes handicapées. Je tiens également à féliciter la rapporteure parce que son rapport va au-delà des simples positions de principe. Il attire l'attention sur les mesures concrètes que les États peuvent et doivent prendre afin d'assurer un processus de désinstitutionnalisation pertinent, efficace et durable, pleinement respectueux des droits des personnes handicapées ainsi que les sources de financement permettant de parvenir à cette fin. L'avis de la Commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination soutient le rapport de Madame Brune et propose un seul amendement au projet de résolution adopté par la Commission des affaires sociales suite à ma proposition en commission égalité. Cet amendement vise à renforcer la résolution en invitant les États à mener des campagnes de sensibilisation afin de renverser les stéréotypes et les préjugés qui persistent à l'encontre des personnes handicapées. Mener de telles campagnes nous semble en effet indispensable dès lors qu'il s'agit de promouvoir l'inclusion dans la société des personnes handicapées. Chers collègues, je vous invite donc à soutenir aujourd'hui le projet de résolution présenté par la Commission des affaires sociales et bien sûr à soutenir l'amendement déposé par la Commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Madame Tanguy, pour votre présentation de l'opinion de votre commission. Dans le débat, je donne la parole à la prochaine oratrice, Madame Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo de Monaco, au nom du groupe de ADLE. Béatrice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le groupe ALDE remercie la rapporteure pour ses travaux qui mettent en perspective le désarroi fréquemment rencontré par les personnes en situation de handicap et leur entourage. Aux dépens de leurs droits les plus élémentaires, elles sont pour la plupart du temps placées en institution, alors qu'elles pourraient fort bien s'épanouir hors de celle-ci. D'ailleurs, la Convention des Nations Unies relative aux droits des personnes handicapées indique que la notion de handicap évolue et que le handicap résulte de l'interaction entre les personnes présentant des incapacités et les barrières comportementales et environnementales qui font obstacle à leur pleine et effective participation à la société sur la base de l'égalité avec les autres. Madame la rapporteure Reina, je partage personnellement tous vos arguments quant aux avantages qui résulteraient de la désinstitutionnalisation, tant pour l'État, pour les personnes concernées, que pour nos modèles sociétaux. Bref, une nouvelle politique de santé qui miserait sur un accroissement des moyens humains et financiers pour une prise en charge en ville. Financièrement, et vous l'avez relevé, à terme, la prise en charge extérieure par des services de proximité ne devra pas être plus coûteuse que les services institutionnels. Depuis l'adoption de la Convention des Nations Unies, les personnes en situation de handicap ont vu leurs droits humains reconnus. Cette nouvelle approche remet en question tous les postulats anciens, le plus souvent dégradants, qui prônaient une institutionnalisation massive, surtout lorsque la personne concernée était une femme. Or, la désinstitutionnalisation est synonyme de droit de vivre une vie indépendante. Elle permettrait à ces personnes de faire leurs propres choix, de prendre leurs décisions et même de faire leurs erreurs, tout comme nous. Bien évidemment, ces personnes doivent se savoir soutenues de manière adéquate dans toutes leurs démarches. Bien entendu, désinstitutionnalisation ne doit pas signifier isolement. Nous parlons bien ici d'intégration et de réintégration. Madame la rapporteure, vous avez souligné l'importance de l'intégration des enfants en situation de handicap au sein même de nos sociétés. Elle doit non seulement être recherchée, mais mise en place dans les écoles et dans les activités extrascolaires auxquelles ils pourraient participer. En effet, apprendre dès le plus jeune âge, pour les autres, à respecter les différences et à apprécier les qualités des personnes n'ayant pas les mêmes capacités est un concept enrichissant. Je terminerai, Madame la rapporteure, en évoquant la situation de l'Ukraine que vous avez détaillée dans votre exposé des motifs. Il est triste que l'Ukraine ne puisse malheureusement pas continuer son processus de réforme de soins en institutions mis en place en 2017 en raison du conflit actuel, allongeant ainsi la liste des civils ayant à souffrir de cette situation. Enfin, chers collègues, je vous invite à soutenir ce projet de résolution et sa recommandation, car nous devons tous avoir pour objectif de faire participer les personnes souffrant de handicap à titre égal dans tous les domaines de la société. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Madame Fresco-Rolfo. The next speaker in the debate on behalf of the group of the Unified European Left is Ms. Thomas Pringle from Ireland. Thomas, you have the floor.
When we consider the institutionalisation of persons with disabilities affects more than 1 million citizens within Europe, it shows a lot needs to be done to satisfy the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Sadly, in Ireland, we have a terrible history of institutionalising citizens. There has been a long history of abuses being exposed over the last 10 years or more, with the government having to apologise to citizens on a regular basis. It is only a matter of time before apologies will have to be made to people with disabilities for the neglect and abuse that they have received while being accommodated by the state. There are several shocking cases, such as the so-called Grace case, and the case of a residential centre for disabled people in my own constituency of Donegal, where the health authorities, the HSE, were fully aware of the sexual abuse of residents by another resident, but completely ignored it. It was only after being brought up in Parliament that they started reluctantly to act, despite knowing about the situation for many years. It is not surprising, so, when we see the state has reluctantly acted on its responsibilities in relation to the CRPD as well. Our government signed the convention in 2007, yet only ratified it in 2018. Disappointingly, we were the last country in the EU to ratify the convention in 2018. This was despite the Law Society stating in 2017 that there was no legal barrier to our ratifying the convention before then. The UNCRPD committee highlighted the challenges in implementing the convention when they stated that the committee is frequently faced with promising legislation only to be sobered by the absence of enforcement due to lack of funding. In Ireland, I would contend that we have a lack of funding, but also we have suffered from a lack of sustained political commitment as well. Thankfully, this appears to be changing, but it needs to be committed to by the whole of government. At the moment, it appears to be down to good political leadership, which hopefully will be sustained. But I don't believe that we can pin ourselves to hope. One upcoming test of the state's commitment will be how we support people with disabilities to live independently. James Cawley of the Independent Living Movement of Ireland has said that independent living is not just about living in a house or buying one. It is about all the pieces of the jigsaw fitting together. It is about our choices, our control and our dignity. This will be a test for our state, but unfortunately, history would not indicate that we will pass that test. I hope that the next time that we address this topic here, that we can show progress, but it is too early yet to say, but hopefully we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pringle. We continue with the list. Now the floor is for Mr. Alan Frides on behalf of the Social Group. He is in the hemicycle. Yeah.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, la prise en charge des personnes handicapées est une priorité pour nos différents pays. Les handicaps sont divers et leurs répercussions sur la vie des gens très variables. Les maladies congénitales, le retard mental, les affections psychiatriques, les suites d'accidents, les maladies dégénératives ou cancéreuses débilitantes. Une diversité de souffrances et de restrictions dans la capacité existentielle. On a l'habitude de dire qu'une société peut être jugée à la manière dont elle traite le plus petit, le plus humble d'entre les siens. La société ne doit laisser personne au bord du chemin et pour cela, elle doit mettre à disposition de chacune et de chacun l'aide et le soutien dont, en fonction de son handicap éventuel, cette personne a besoin. Et pour répondre au sujet important que nous traitons aujourd'hui, la désinstitutionnalisation des personnes handicapées, nos différents pays doivent mettre au centre de leurs préoccupations le bien-être, en tous les cas le mieux-être, des plus humbles, des plus dépendants d'entre les siens. Chers collègues, les besoins sont énormes, car selon les cas, il faut mettre d'importants moyens à disposition pour renforcer l'indépendance et des choix de vie selon le degré de dépendance des personnes. La désinstitutionnalisation des personnes handicapées doit sans nul doute représenter une priorité pour nos différents pays, car cette désinstitutionnalisation peut être synonyme d'épanouissement, de moments et de jours de qualité et de bonheur auxquels tout un chacun a droit. Pour autant, qu'il ou elle puisse en profiter et que cette liberté retrouvée réponde vraiment aux besoins et à la sécurité de la personne en question. Je soutiens pleinement les objectifs du rapport, soit à terme un idéal de désinstitutionnalisation de l'ensemble des personnes en situation de handicap, quel qu'il soit. Mais, chers collègues, en tenant compte du principe de réalité, et là c'est un médecin qui vous parle, l'institutionnalisation est pour certains cas, malheureusement, la seule solution. Pour de multiples raisons, une dépendance très importante, la sécurité et la surveillance constante des personnes, le besoin de lourds traitements, des troubles du comportement qu'on ne réussit pas à juguler, l'épuisement des proches aidants. Dans ce type de dossier, il est important de ne pas faire du prêt-à-porter, mais du sur-mesure. À chacune et à chacun, selon ses besoins et selon ses choix, si ceux-ci sont possibles, car on parle aussi parfois de personnes sans aucune capacité de discernement selon le niveau de leurs troubles. Mais une société vraiment sociale, digne de ce nom, doit tout faire et mettre les moyens pour répondre aux souhaits, aux besoins des plus humbles et fragiles d'entre les siens. Ce rapport est donc un pas important pour le rappeler et je vous encourage à le soutenir.
Thank you for the efficient use of time. Now the floor is for Mr. Joseph O'Reilly from Ireland on behalf of the EPP group. He is in the hemicycle. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, President. On behalf of EPP, may I congratulate Rina, our rapporteur, on our outstanding report and recommendations. The true measure of a civilised society is how it responds to its most vulnerable and challenged citizens. For too long, our response to persons with disabilities has been institutionalisation, a throwing away of the keys, and grossly inadequate care, if not abuse. We must deinstitutionalise persons with psychiatric disorders. Psychiatric treatment is and has been the Cinderella of medicine. Integration, housing, employment and appropriate supports are required. The report correctly identifies our Council of Europe, Development Bank, the World Bank, structural funds, social funds and national investment as a prerequisite for change. Their financing. We need inclusion, integration and respect. Deinstitutionalisation of children is a huge priority. Again, supports and funding are vital. A lot of progress has been made in diagnosing and providing appropriate education for children with autism. We need ASD units, sensory rooms and sensory gardens in schools. We need to integrate displaced or orphaned children into normal schooling and society. Persons with a range of physical disabilities such as hearing impairment, visual impairment and wheelchair users should have full support and integration. As the report states, employment is a key. This may mean positive discrimination through quotas and supports. All of these rights are enshrined in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which require full inclusion, participation, community-based support services and infrastructure. By adopting this report today and seeking its implementation in all our member states, we will be doing more than paying lip service to the UN Convention. Again, I restate EPP support and congratulations to our rapporteur. It is important to quote from the report that the respect and the dignity with which every person is and should be born is given legislative and real implementation on the ground in all our countries. And essentially, President, this makes moral, social, economic sense and leads to the only way society can properly progress. Thank you very much, President. Colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Now for ECDA Group, Mr. Paulo Sushko from Ukraine online. Let's connect him.
Dear Mr. President, dear Ms. Rapporteur, I would like to sincerely thank you for raising such an important topic of digitalization. We have speak about it loud and clear, and I'm thankful to my political group for the possibility to speak on its behalf on this issue. Without any doubt, digitalization is key to a prosperous life of people with disabilities, including children. A lot of European countries have digitalization strategies or have at least adopted measures in a broader disability strategy. For example, Lithuania has adopted a child welfare action plan. Bulgaria has implemented the national strategy on social inclusion. By effectively using EU funds, also Latvia aims to introduce a gradual transition from institutional care to family care. We should take into account the fact that in many European countries, institutions are a permanent and safe solution for children. But still in Ukraine, due to a too fast tempo reform, a lot of types of institutions were included to the list of places which have to be closed. There are also special schools for children with special education needs among them. Children with disabilities visit this type of schools to get the type of help and education due to their needs, which cannot be satisfied at the moment. Each country has its own tempo and progress in this reform. And now, because of the war that Russia has started against Ukraine, it will be even more difficult. We have to firstly save people with disabilities from the danger. Moreover, there is a huge difference between the number of specially trained teachers and the number of children who require them, and hence it is impossible to ensure a proper and quality inclusive education for children with special education needs. I would like to thank Madame Rapporteur for meeting me during the autumn part session and discussing the situation with the digitalization reform in our member states, especially in Ukraine. She also shares my concerns over the fact that institutions in Ukraine are closed without prior creation of the alternatives. Digitalization is a correct and prospective direction, and due to this, it is our responsibility to ensure the best implementation of this reform, which will consider the best interests of children and individual possibilities of each country. Thank you very much, dear Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you too. Please accept our solidarity and sympathy from Strasbourg to you and Ukrainian people. Now we finish the speakers for political groups. We move to individual speakers. First, Mr. Konstantinos Evstatiou from Cyprus. Komşu, sorry if I pronounce it wrong. I should better pronounce it. Thank you.
This is fantastic pronunciation. Thank you very much. For years, institutionalization proved to be the excuse for not assuming our responsibility, special responsibility, and duty to care for the vulnerable. The practice of confining and forgetting is no longer acceptable. Our co-citizens who happen to be vulnerable must be supported and free to exercise their human rights as a matter of principle, no matter the cost or effort. Therefore, I commend this well-elaborated report, the findings of which can be used as an important tool to facilitate the much-needed societal transition to a more inclusive and holistic way of assisting disabled persons. The relocation of confined residents should be accompanied by the development of services facilitating community inclusion and participation, as well as flexible and tailor-made support to all these people. People with disabilities can and should be independently in inclusive and non-segregated societies. I fully support this excellent report and congratulate the rapporteur for the excellent work. And it's time for us, all of us, to act fast so as to gain the lost time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Ms. Alain Milon from France, from Hemicycle. Oh.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, comme notre rapporteur, dont je salue le travail, je plaide évidemment pour une approche du handicap fondée sur les droits humains. Je considère que les personnes handicapées doivent être incluses au sein de la société et bénéficier des mêmes droits que leurs concitoyens. Je ne condamne pas pour autant, par principe, le placement en institution qui peut correspondre aux besoins de certaines personnes, de certaines familles. Il ne doit en aucun cas être systématique, mais il peut s'avérer nécessaire, par exemple lorsque la personne présente un danger pour elle-même ou pour autrui, ou pour d'autres raisons qui ont été développées par mon confrère suisse. Je ne vois pas d'antinomie entre placement en institution et le respect des droits humains. Et je veux à cet égard saluer le travail des équipes que j'ai pu rencontrer en France dans de nombreuses structures. J'observe que l'approche fondée sur les droits humains progresse, y compris dans les institutions qui se modernisent dans de nombreux États membres. C'est un point de vigilance que nous devons avoir en reconnaissant la diversité des modèles et des structures en Europe. Cela posé, je soutiens l'inclusion maximale des personnes handicapées dans la société civile et me réjouis que l'ensemble des États membres de notre organisation aient désormais ratifié la Convention des Nations Unies relative aux droits des personnes handicapées. Elle pose clairement le principe que les personnes handicapées doivent vivre au sein de la société et qu'elles doivent y être pleinement intégrées. Il faut ensuite faire vivre ce beau principe et l'on constate malheureusement qu'il reste beaucoup à faire pour lever les barrières institutionnelles, sociales et comportementales qui conduisent à priver les personnes handicapées de la jouissance de leurs droits fondamentaux. L'enjeu est bien de permettre aux personnes handicapées de véritablement contrôler leur vie. Or, ce n'est pas toujours le cas dans les institutions, bien évidemment. Pour y parvenir, il est nécessaire de développer des solutions alternatives en placement aux institutions. Cela suppose une aide personnalisée qui favorise l'inclusion et donc des moyens humains et financiers. La possibilité de disposer de soins et ou d'une aide à domicile est essentielle pour permettre aux personnes handicapées de disposer de leur propre logement. Cela implique également, bien souvent, des travaux d'aménagement des logements et des locaux de certaines entreprises et des administrations. L'accessibilité des bâtiments publics aux personnes handicapées est un combat que la Commission des affaires sociales du Sénat, que j'ai présidé, a mené de longue date en poussant les gouvernements successifs à ouvrir les cordons de la bourse qu'ils avaient trop tendance à maintenir serrés. Je voudrais insister tout particulièrement aussi sur le cas des enfants qui nécessitent une vigilance particulière. Comme le souligne la rapporteure, leur intérêt supérieur doit toujours être évalué et identifié. Je voudrais terminer en disant que l'évolution que nous souhaitons vers une conception inclusive du handicap nécessite une stratégie de long terme de la part de chacun des États, nécessite des moyens importants sans discriminer, une fois de plus, le mode institutionnel pour les raisons que j'ai évoquées au début de mon propos.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is for Ms. Konu Nurullayeva from Azerbaijan online. Let's connect her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dear Mr. Vice President, honorary members of the Council, first of all, I would like to deliver my thankfulness to Ms. Brian Weserman and Ms. Tanguy for carrying out this comprehensive report on the deinstitutionalization of persons with disabilities. I firmly believe that this process, in other words, the transfer of mentally disabled people from public or private institutions, such as psychiatric hospitals, back to their families or into community-based homes, is quite significant. Because the transfer of individuals to families or community home settings, which tend to be less restrictive than institutions, is sought to benefit individuals by allowing them to be active participants in their communities. However, it's important to make careful planning while implementing such long-run policies, due to the fact that failures to manage this process may potentially lead to serious negative effects, including homelessness, marginalization, and re-institutionalization. For this reason, I would like to bring your attention to the successful measure taken since 2014 within the frame of implementation of the state program on alternative care and giving of children from state child establishments to the families in Azerbaijan Republic. Based upon the state program, support services were established for children and their families from the risk groups. I also would like to make some recommendations regarding this important topic. Initially, I would like to offer the establishment of psychoeducational programs, especially designed for a certain group or an individual. Such programs should be a combination of motivational, educational, and behavioral techniques focused on knowledge and understanding of the disease, symptoms, treatment, prognosis, and rehabilitation. It should be primarily added to the patient as well as their caregivers and family members. Furthermore, I suggest the creation of community mental health teams, which is a multidisciplinary team composed of specialists in mental health. These teams should be responsible for providing expert assessment, treatment, and care to the population of a given area in the community. I firmly believe that implementing these policies is possible to attain the smooth transition towards deinstitutionalization in our societies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for these very good insights. Now the floor is for Mademoiselle Jennifer de Temmerman from France in the hemicycle. Is she there, here? She's not there. Mademoiselle Jennifer Temmerman is not here? Okay, now. Then we move to the next speaker, Mr. Per Lopez from Andorra.
Gracias, presidente. Quiero en primer lugar saludar la necesaria iniciativa de la reportera, la señora de Bruijn-Besseman, en un report en el que se explica y se detalla de manera clara y concreta no solo la situación de sobreinstitucionalización de las personas con discapacidad, sino también cómo esta es contraria a las disposiciones y los convenios tanto de Naciones Unidas como del Consejo de Europa. En el proyecto de ley que está a trámite parlamentario en mi país de la persona y la familia, el Grupo Parlamentario Socialdemócrata ha entrado una doble iniciativa para acabar con los internamientos involuntarios. Dicho de otra manera, para que la discapacidad no sea un motivo para privar de libertad a las personas. Supone un cambio de paradigma en el caso que tengamos el soporte de los otros grupos parlamentarios, ya que los internamientos, como decía la reporter, pasarán a ser voluntarios o bien de urgencia en aquellos casos más graves, siempre con tutela y soporte judicial. De forma absolutamente complementaria, no se puede acabar de analizar el rapport sin hacer una mención a la necesaria transición que se menciona en el reporte. Desde un modelo que se define en el mismo como paternalista y medical, y yo quizá añadiría asistencialista, un modelo que de manera lamentable o curiosa además concentra buena parte de los recursos públicos y privados capa modelos que confieran una mayor autonomía, una mayor vida independiente. Modelos que piden, que exigen más recursos y más profesionales. Profesionales como asistentes sociales, educadores sociales, integradores sociales y los llamados asistentes personales. Para favorecer no solo la autonomía, sino, de acuerdo a la Convención de Personas con Discapacidad, la toma de decisiones. Por tanto, quiero facilitar de nuevo la conveniencia de este report y que sirva de un llamamiento para los cambios en las políticas, tanto desde parlamentos como de gobiernos. Gracias.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mademoiselle Laurence Trassou-Isnard from France. It seems she is online. Let's connect. Please request the floor, Mademoiselle. If she is not connected, let's move. She is? Okay, okay. Now I move to the next speaker, Miss Engelhardt from Germany. She is here in the hemicycle. Okay.
Mr. Vice President, dear colleagues, es freut mich sehr, dass wir in diesem internationalen Forum über Menschen mit Behinderungen sprechen. Ich möchte meinen Beitrag den Menschen mit psychischen Behinderungen widmen. Denn gerade diese Personen dürfen wir in Zeiten der Covid-19-Pandemie nicht aus den Augen verlieren. Sie haben während der Corona-Einschränkungen extrem unter Einsamkeit gelitten. Egal, ob sie in Einrichtungen leben oder in Wohngemeinschaften oder in ihrem eigenen Haushalt. Wenn sie in beschützten Werkstätten arbeiten, durften sie nicht zur Arbeit kommen. Sie durften ihre Kolleginnen und Kollegen nicht treffen. Sie hatten keinen Kontakt zur Außenwelt. Sie waren auf sich alleine gestellt. Vielen fehlte die stabilisierende Begleitung. Denn Arbeit ist ja nicht nur dazu da, Geld zu verdienen. Arbeit ermöglicht Teilhabe. Und genau darum geht es, um gleichberechtigte Teilhabe an unserem gesellschaftlichen Leben. Das Schlüsselwort heißt Inklusion. Inklusion in allen Bereichen unseres Lebens. Bei der Ausbildung, bei der Alltagsgestaltung, bei den Lebensentwürfen. Dafür brauchen Menschen mit psychischen Behinderungen Unterstützung. Manche brauchen Hilfe im Alltag, bei der Haushaltsführung, für finanzielle Angelegenheiten oder im Umgang mit Ämtern. Diese Unterstützung bereitzustellen, ist unsere Aufgabe. Und zwar individuell ausgerichtet am jeweiligen Hilfebedarf. Nirgends steht geschrieben, dass diese Unterstützung in Gemeinschaftseinrichtungen geleistet werden muss. Unsere Gesellschaft insgesamt ist dabei gefragt. Inklusive Wohnformen, in denen Alte und Junge zusammenleben, in denen Menschen ohne Handicap und Menschen mit Hilfebedarf nachbarschaftlich zusammenleben. Solche Wohnformen bringen uns diesem Ziel näher. Es ist wichtig und richtig, dass psychische Gesundheit ihren Platz hier im Europarat hat. Und es ist gut, dass wir heute zusammen darüber sprechen. Allerdings müssen wir darauf achten, dass wir mit unseren Empfehlungen die UN-Behindertenrechtskonvention von 2006 respektieren. Die Konvention begreift, dass Menschenrechte für alle gelten. Sie sind nicht teilbar. Menschen mit Behinderungen müssen als aktive Mitglieder der Gesellschaft eigene Entscheidungen treffen können. Wir sind heute hier, um diesem Ziel ein Stück näher zu kommen. Lassen Sie uns das über die Grenzen hinweg gemeinsam tun. Lassen Sie uns voneinander lernen. Lassen Sie uns neue und bessere Wege finden. Lassen Sie uns Inklusion leben. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much for detailed explanation why to prioritize the mental health. Thank you very much. Now the floor is for Ms. Andrea Eder-Gitschalter from Austria in the hemicycle. You are there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's a real problem with my name, but you did it well. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, lieber Herr Zuerst einmal ein großes Danke an Sie, Frau Brünn-Wesemann, für diesen tollen Bericht. Wie wir ja alle gesehen haben und auch meine Vorrednerinnen und Redner schon ausgeführt haben, sind wir alle der Meinung, dass hier etwas passieren muss. Und das finde ich schön und das finde ich großartig. Das ist die Basis Ihrer Arbeit und dafür ein herzliches Dankeschön. Diese Thematik der Nichtunterbringung von Menschen mit Behinderungen in Einrichtungen ist ein ganz wichtiges Thema und es ist wichtig, dass wir uns heute hier damit beschäftigen und Bewusstseinsbildung schaffen, denn nur mit Bewusstseinsbildung wird es gehen, auch das haben wir schon gehört. Wir haben auch im Gleichbehandlungsausschuss heute darüber diskutiert und ich danke Ihnen, Mrs. Tanguy, für Ihr Engagement und Ihren Änderungsantrag, das war auch sehr wichtig, wir haben ihn ja dann beschlossen. Denn wie wir schon gehört haben, sind ja lange Zeit Menschen mit Behinderungen nur als passive Betreuungsprojekte angesehen worden. Das hat sich ja Gott sei Dank geändert. Menschen haben das Recht, mit Behinderungen haben das Recht auf Gleichheit und Inklusion. Und das ist auch dank, wir haben es schon gehört, dieses Übereinkommen der Vereinten Nationen von 2008 über die Rechte von Menschen mit Behinderungen, State of the Art. Das haben ja auch alle Mitgliedstaaten hier im Europarat außer einer ratifiziert und das gilt es auch einzuhalten. Wir haben auch im Bericht gehört oder gelesen, dass es immer noch Verstöße gegen diesen Artikel 19 gibt und dass damit mehr als 1 Million Europäerinnen und Europäer betroffen sind. Das bedeutet keine schulische Ausbildung, keine Teilhabe am öffentlichen Leben, Isolation in den Communities, Opfer von psychischer und physischer Gewalt, bei Kindern, aber auch bei älteren Leuten. Auch da müssen wir hinschauen, auf die Problematik der Älteren, die auch noch stärker dann, wenn sie behindert sind, betroffen sind. Es braucht, wie Sie angeführt haben, einen systematischen Ansatz, um diesen Prozess der Deinstitutionalisierung zu begleiten mit konkreten Maßnahmen. Wir haben auch schon gehört, One size fits all wird es nicht geben. Auch da sind die Mitgliedstaaten gefordert. Ich danke Ihnen nochmals für den Bericht, für den Änderungsantrag. Damit bekräftigen wir als Europarat erneut unsere Stellung als führende regionale Menschenrechtsorganisation. Bitte stimmen Sie diesem Bericht zu. Ich kann ihn nur voll und ganz unterstützen.
Thanks a lot. Now I give the floor to Ms. Fiona O'Loughlin from Ireland in the hemicycle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Tonight we will have the presentation of the European Council of Europe Museum Award to the Nano Nagle Place in Cork, and very central to the work that Nano Nagle did 250 years ago was that essence of dignity within every human person. And I think that that is central to the debate that we're having here this evening. I'd really like to thank the rapporteur for her work. It is an excellent document, and of course I support all of the recommendations that are made. From the time that every one of us wake up in the morning, we all make independent decisions about what we wear, about what we eat, about how we travel to work or for social occasions, about how we go shopping for clothes or for food, etc. Imagine if that was all taken away from us and we were told exactly what to do and when. We make basic decisions all the time and we take them for granted. But those with disabilities who live in institutions do not share this freedom, and that's at the crux of our debate. Many years ago, people thought that using institutions to house people with disabilities was the correct solution in supporting the provision of food, warmth and shelter, but we have since learned the harm that institutions can do to people living mainly through isolation from the broader community and by not having sufficient control over their own lives and decisions which affect them. Listening to the lived experience of people in Ireland living in institutions paints pictures of isolation, segregation, a lack of privacy, and a lack of dignity. The ultimate goal of deinstitutionalisation is to enable people with disabilities to live ordinary lives in ordinary places, to live independently in their community on an equal basis with others. What do we need to do to achieve that? We need a comprehensive rollout of disability awareness training in line with the human rights model of disability. Only then can we begin to confront unconscious bias and view and value people with disabilities for who they are as citizens of society, capable of contributing to society and living independently. We must meaningfully consult with people with disabilities, and that's crucial in the design of policies and programmes to give meaningful choice for people with disabilities in line with their will and their preferences. We need active cooperation between all of the agents that are involved. This is absolutely essential, including public authorities, including those that are involved in the personnel as in families, and of course volunteer organisations such as Special Olympics. This cooperation, unfortunately, is often lacking in practice. There's many different gaps that are there, and we really need to focus on that. And of course, achieving deinstitutionalisation is not limited to changing the place or type of residence. It entails a profound shift from environments characterised by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Now, Ms. Margaret Bower from Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate Rapporteur Bruin Weseman with his excellent report, resolution and recommendation. The move towards this deinstitutionalisation of persons with disabilities is both strongly needed and required by states' human rights obligations. Where placement in institutions should be abandoned, it's still being used far too often in all sorts of care, both for people with physical disabilities and people with psychiatric problems. In this regard, I want to draw attention to my own country, where many children with severe psychological or psychiatric problems are being placed in closed institutions, leading to a situation of near imprisonment without any conviction or crime, and often without adequate treatments. The consequences are extremely severe. In my opinion, the way we treat these children is a violation of their human rights, and I hope also this report can help to press for solutions for them. I would like to stress, as also stated in the report, that the paradigm shift underlying the institutionalization of persons with disabilities is essential. Article 19 of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities requires a right-based approach rooted in inclusion. In matters concerning the living situation of people with disabilities, choice, assistance, and accessibility need to be central. These criteria indicate the need of deinstitutionalization, but the move towards deinstitutionalization also requires the proper implementation of these criteria. The report, resolution, and recommendation presented today give a clear view on how this can be achieved. So I once again thank the rapporteur.
Thank you. Now is Ms. Anne-Marie Asabol from Sweden in the hemicycle? If she's here, look, the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The 2006 United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is an important and landmark treaty recognizing the human rights of persons with disabilities. I will talk a little about our experiences in my home country, Sweden. 50 years ago, many people with disabilities were referred to large institutions without either privacy or self-determination. Today, people with disabilities have the right to their own housing and to the support needed to be able to live an independent life. During the 1970s, we began to question the institutions more and more and eventually closed them down. Then also started the independent living movement, which fought for the disabled to have control over the service they needed. Normalization and integration became new social policy goals. Disabled people would live in the open society, have the same rhythm of life as everyone else, live alone and work. There was a strong impetus to expand the social services in the municipalities. The development that has taken place in Sweden, that the institutions have been closed down and that to such an extent they have switched to a system with personal assistance is probably completely unique. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities states that persons with disabilities have the right to live independently and to participate in society on the same terms as other people. Among other, this means that people with disabilities have the opportunity to choose where they want to live and with whom they want to live with. People with disabilities do not have to live in special forms of housing, and people with disabilities have the access to various forms of community service, both at home and in special housing, and to other services. So what we need to do is to spread the good examples and show that this is actually possible, even if it comes to people who have very extensive disabilities. Everyone can live in society if they receive the right support, and it is up to us to bring this out. It's actually something that they can brag out about. We have actually succeeded in one thing in Sweden, and that has not been done elsewhere, and that is that we have got rid of these institutions, that everyone can live out in the community and no one is left behind. I thank you for the rapporteur and for a good report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Mr. Anton Gomez Reino from Spain in the hemicycle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. En primer lugar, querría felicitar a las ponentes. Han abordado un tema necesario, con un enfoque positivo y, sobre todo, comprometido con las demandas de los directamente implicados, que son los ciudadanos y ciudadanas con discapacidad. Creo que, en general, como marco, vivimos un momento difícil para la igualdad de derechos entre personas, en un contexto en el que numerosas fuerzas oscuras, también en nuestras democracias, ponen, digamos que, discursos sobre prejuicios encima de la mesa, sobre prejuicios raciales, de género, de clase o incluso de condición económica. Y precisamente por eso tenemos que reforzar también nuestro compromiso con aquellas personas con discapacidad. Si hablamos de igualdad de derechos, no podemos dejar atrás a estas personas. Se ha dicho ya aquí, pero es importante insistir, no es de recibo que la respuesta a nuestros ciudadanos con discapacidades sea el encierro sin alternativa, sea el olvido y sea la vulneración y ausencia de derechos. Hay que ir más allá de visiones simples, patologizadoras y segregadoras que algunos todavía defienden, y de aquellos modelos que solventan única y exclusivamente con privación de libertad situaciones que exigen de mayor sensibilidad y, sobre todo, de mayor compromiso de los legisladores y público, por el bien de esas personas, pero también por el bien del conjunto de la sociedad. Los valores europeos comunes sobre dignidad, igualdad y respeto por los derechos humanos deberían de servir de marco estructural y de guía de actuación para que nuestras sociedades y los legisladores y legisladoras podamos desarrollar estructuras de cuidados sociales adaptadas al siglo XXI. La aplicación de reformas adecuadas de los sistemas de cuidado debe llevarse a cabo con carácter inmediato para abordar lo que nos exigen las personas con discapacidad, ir más allá del enfoque actual y entender que solo con una desinstitucionalización puede haber inclusión plena. Para ello, Hace falta un cambio de foco legislativo, político y un compromiso social al respecto. Trabajar por la plena inclusión social hoy es además doblemente importante en un momento en el que, como decía, hay quien pone encima de la mesa perniciosas políticas casi que podríamos decir de darwinismo social. Trabajar, en definitiva, por la inclusión social plena es trabajar para acabar de una vez por todas con la esterilización forzosa sin consentimiento, es trabajar para la accesibilidad de derechos que deben ser universales, como el derecho a la vivienda, a una renta mínima también para estas personas, es trabajar para la inclusión de la extensión de políticas sociales de cobertura y asistencia a estas personas plena. Y trabajar por la inclusión es trabajar por una educación inclusiva, por medidas concretas específicas de integración en materia de empleo y en todas otras las cuestiones que desde lo público se deben de defender. Hemos dado pasos en estos últimos decenios, pero queda mucho y desinstitucionalizar la realidad de las personas con discapacidad de forma coherente con las singularidades y particularidades de cada una es la única forma de garantizar una inclusión igualitaria, democrática, justa y plena para estas personas y por eso apoyaremos y felicitamos a las reporteras.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Ramirez Barba, online from Mexico. Are you there, sir?
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Felicito a la señora Reina de Brin-Weisman y a la Comisión por tan sensible reporte que deja expuesto que millones de personas con discapacidad viven institucionalizados, constituyendo una violación flagrante del derecho establecido por el artículo 19 de la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad. En México, creo que debemos seguir la recomendación que se da en este reporte, que espero yo apruebe esta Asamblea, para desarrollar en cooperación con las organizaciones de personas con discapacidad estrategias para la desinstitucionalización que cumplan con los derechos humanos y estén adecuadamente financiadas, con marcos de tiempo y con puntos de referencia claros, con mira a una transición genuina para lograr su vida independiente. Me parece muy razonable también que la Asamblea solicite una vez más a los parlamentos para que tomemos las medidas necesarias y derogar progresivamente la legislación que autoriza la institucionalización de personas con discapacidad y normas que aún permiten hoy el tratamiento sin consentimiento y la institucionalización basadas en el nivel de discapacidad o de afectación de la salud mental. En México, el pasado 4 de abril, aprobamos reformas a la Ley General de Salud para fortalecer el consentimiento informado, núcleo del derecho a la salud desde la perspectiva de la libertad individual y para establecer un nuevo modelo de atención en salud mental. La atención en salud mental y adicciones se brindará ahora fuera de las instituciones, de manera comunitaria, con recuperación, con respeto a los derechos humanos y a los principios de interculturalidad, interdisciplinariedad, integralidad, intersectorialidad, perspectiva de género y con participación social desde el primer nivel de atención hasta los hospitales generales. Para garantizar el acceso y la continuidad de la atención, instruimos disponer de establecimientos ambulatorios de atención primaria y servicios de psiquiatría en hospitales generales, hospitales regionales de alta especialidad y los institutos nacionales de salud. Para eliminar el modelo psiquiátrico asilar, ordenamos que no se deberán construir más hospitales monoespecializados en psiquiatría y los actuales hospitales psiquiátricos deberán progresivamente convertirse en centros ambulatorios o en hospitales generales dentro de la red integrada de servicios de salud. Con estas reformas aprobadas por unanimidad por todos los grupos políticos, ya iniciamos la ruta de la desinstitucionalización progresiva, que esperamos exitosa y significativa en su protección de los derechos humanos y la dignidad de las personas que ven afectadas su salud. Actualmente estamos trabajando ya en una reforma amplia del sistema de cuidados en México. Reitero mi felicitación a la ponente y a la Asamblea. Recomiendo la aprobación de este extraordinario reporte. Muchas gracias.
Many thanks and appreciation for participating. Now returning to Europe, Ms. Ruth Jones from the United Kingdom, online. Did she ask the floor? Ms. Jones, please ask the floor. Please request the floor. No, she's not there.
My apologies, Mr. Vice President, for the delay. Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be called to speak today in this important debate on the de-institutionalization of those with a disability. And this is my first time to speak in a plenary session, but I hope to be in person with you in Strasbourg in June. Let me begin by congratulating the rapporteur for her comprehensive report, and I thank the Equalities Committee for the amendment which I believe strengthens the draft resolution. Mr. Vice President, before I became a member of the United Kingdom Parliament, I was a physiotherapist for over 30 years, working with children and adults with physical and learning disabilities. Although I was the therapist leading the treatment sessions, I learned far more over the years from my patients, who showed me their strength of will, their enthusiasm for life, and their sense of humour. And I learned that children and adults who have additional needs do not want sympathy or pity. They want to get on with their lives. They want to live their best lives. People with disabilities or additional needs are not ill. They don't require medical intervention continually. Yes, they may require medical assistance from time to time, just like the rest of us. They may also make unwise decisions sometimes, just like the rest of us. But just like the rest of us, they have freedom of choice, has already been mentioned by previous speakers. The right to what time to get up in the morning, what to wear, where to go, shopping and things like that is such an important part of everyday life. Quality of life is crucial, and we must never forget that. So to exclude people with additional needs belittles all of us. Yes, people with additional needs may need some help in terms of aids and adaptations. Yes, they may require advocates to speak on their behalf. But people with additional needs must not be put in ghettos, whether that's in school or at home. We must ensure that people with additional needs can live alongside the rest of us. We have so much to learn from them. There may be a financial cost to ensure we can include people with additional needs in education at all levels, from nursery through to universities and further education, in housing in all areas, and in the workplace. But the moral cost to not do this is far too high a price to pay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Mustafa Fazıl Bey from Azerbaijan. He is in the hemicycle, I think.
Dear colleagues, each country and institutions must come up with new solution address to this serious problem. In Azerbaijan, state provides special care for disabled persons. They are involved in discounts, grants, and updates projects. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. A precondition for anyone to enjoy their rights and fundamental freedoms is that they live in and are included in the community. For a long time, however, persons with disabilities were viewed only as passive objects of care. A growing understanding of disability and movements pushing for equal rights have enabled a shift to a human rights-based approach in which society must accommodate human diversity and enable persons with disabilities to be an active part of it. Many are isolated in their own communities due to inaccessibility of facilities such as schools, healthcare, and transportation, as well as lack of community-based support schemes. Community-based support service and supportive living arrangements provide a better quality of life for persons with disabilities, as well as being more human rights compliant and cost-effective. The Assembly calls on parliaments to take the necessary steps to progressively repeal legislation authoring institutionalization of persons with disabilities, as well as mental health legislation allowing for treatment without consent and detention based on impairment, with a view to ending coercion in mental health. Institutionalization of persons with disabilities in ripe with serious human rights violations. The human rights violations are compounded further if institutionalization is resorted to in childhood. Independent mechanisms are needed in order to properly monitor the process of the institutionalization and ensure its success. Funding must be directed towards sustaining systems reforms that enable member states to fulfill their obligations under international law. It is of paramount importance that member states commit to refraining from projects that involve maintaining or building new institutions. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Now that concludes the list of speakers. Before giving the floor to the rapporteur, I have a question also on this. I'm curious whether the word deinstitutionalization is the best and widely used word to reflect the content of the report. Because at first glance, it gives a negative image. Institutionalization widely used for positive meaning. So if I will be happy if you touch on this, you or chairman of the committee, chairperson of the committee. Now you have 3-4 minutes to reply to the statements and questions. First rapporteur, then chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I first start to thank the Rapporteur of Opinion, Mrs. Lilian Tanguy, for her compliments and also for supporting the report. Thanks for you. Then I want to speak special thanks to Mr. Susko. We met each other, as he said, in the autumn session in very different circumstances, and he's now sharing his concerns about the situation of the institutionalization process in Ukraine that is roughly disturbed now due to the war. And I'm aware that the situation of some institutions is really worrying in Ukraine at this moment, due to the war. And it's always the same, what we see now, that it's are the most vulnerable who are hit the hardest. Also thanks to my colleagues for your input and some issues raised. Like the issue for which the amendment was tabled concerning the prejudice surrounding disabilities based on stereotypes and stigmatization. It is definitely necessary to actively engage in awareness-raising campaigns and changing society attitudes. But I also believe that deinstitutionalization and inclusion in the community actually helps with this on itself. For example, children who grow up with children with disabilities in their class at school are more open to what persons with disabilities because they learn at an early age that they are all the same. I also believe in the power of imagination to start a dialogue about stigmatization. A serious disability can overcome all of us, for example, as a result of an illness or a serious accident. And despite all the efforts of doctors and nursing staff, everyone who gets hospitalized wants to return home as soon as possible. And wouldn't you? Wouldn't you take back control of your day-to-day decisions? Decide about whom to accept assistance from, go to bed and stand up at the time that suits you, decide about what to eat and who to trust or to love, and when to meet your friends. Institutional care is simply provides poorer outcomes in terms of quality of life because it's system-orientated and not person-orientated. Another issue that occurred today is the resistance of policymakers that it will all be too expensive, or how to deal with persons with complex disabilities. Institutionalized care is paying a lot of money for, as I already mentioned, a poorer outcome in terms of quality of life. But it's true that the institutionalization is costly during the transition period when the institutions are still running and community care is starting out. I think that the realistic transition time is 5 to 10 years. As an example of how to take care that the refunding reaches the persons concerned, I'd like to mention het persoonsgebonden budget. In the Netherlands, my home country, persons with disabilities living in their own house or with their family can ask for a personalized budget to hire their own support when necessary, even for 24/7 hours. This approach has also been proven to be successful in quite complex situations. So please don't hesitate to take the necessary steps to develop human rights compliance strategies for deinstitutionalization with a view to a genuine transition to independent living for persons with disabilities, and please exchange good practices. As our colleague from Sweden has shown, there is no disability so great that it required institutionalization if the necessary community-based support is there. So thank you, Chair, and I hope you will support my report.
Thank you. The floor is for chairperson of the committee, if she wishes so. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There isn't much left to be said, to tell you the truth. I just want to reiterate two very critical points that are already made very clear in this report and this plenary debate. First, each and every individual has the right to choosing how they wish to live, with whom they live, where they live, and how they conduct their daily experiences. Each and every individual has the right to dignity. And as such, all our policies actually have to seek that we protect and guarantee that dignity, the right to a dignified life. And this is the guiding principle in the paradigm shift that the UN has put forward with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They firmly call on for a well-planned deinstitutionalization strategy. And the Council of Europe should not fall behind. And that's what this report does. So I think this is the first critical aspect. Now, Article 19 of the Convention clearly states our duty to recognize the equal rights of people with disabilities and to ensure full inclusion and participation in the community by 1, ensuring free choice of living conditions, 2, ensuring access to that choice, which means we need the financial and economic resources to do so. 3, by ensuring a comprehensive and holistic framework of provision of public services through those financial means, ranging from access to health, education, employment, in short, access to life, not only for the disabled, but for their families as well, so that we truly build up a community-based service. So in other words, Article 19 is actually calling for a firm commitment to deinstitutionalization, maybe on a case-by-case basis, where we know what every individual needs and where we actually deal with it, not only in our rights-based legal frameworks, but to ensure that our economic policy actually supports that right-based framework, which is the second strong point, I think, of this report. It clearly states that we, as legislators, have to take into account the rights that we need to be drafted. But we can't just leave them on paper. We need to make sure our fiscal policies, our economic policies, our social policies actually ensure that those words on paper become deeds. We need to make sure we build that community-based system through a systemic strategy, through well-placed economic policy, through a holistic framework, through monitoring, where we make sure it actually happens. So I congratulate our rapporteur. I commend the amendment that was done, which we will next discuss, and also our secretariat, as well as our committee members who have contributed to this significant work, and I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is closed. Now we come to the consideration of the amendments, draft resolution and recommendation. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution, document 15496, to which one amendment has been tabled, and a draft recommendation document 15496, to which no amendments have been tabled. Now we will start with consideration of the draft resolution. After then, we will consider the draft recommendation. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose that to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously adopted by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Ms. Chairperson?
Yes, this is so.
Does anyone object? It was unanimously adopted in the committee. It seems there is no objection, and I declare that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution have been agreed. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15496 as amended by Amendment 1. A simple majority is required. The vote in the hemicycle and via remote voting is now open. Please start voting. Okay. I close the voting. Please display the results. Okay, 82 in favor, 1 against, 6 abstention. So the draft resolution is adopted as amended. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15496. It seems 2/3 majority is required. Is that right? Members present in the chamber should use the hemicycle voting system. Members participating remotely should vote using the remote voting system. The vote in the hemicycle and remote voting is now open. 2/3 majority is required. Please vote. Let's give one. Voting is closed. Let's see the results. The results is that way: 85 in favor, 1 against, 6 abstention. The draft recommendation adopted by huge majority. Okay, now we should move to the next item. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Tackling Discrimination Based on Social Origin, document 15499, presented by Ms. Selin Sayek-Böke on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. In order to finish by 7 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:50 p.m. to allow time for the replies and the vote on the draft resolution and draft recommendation. Now I call Ms. Sayek-Böke, Rapporteur. You have 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 3 minutes to reply to debate at the end. Now the floor is yours, Ms. Böke.
I don't change my...
I call Ms. Saek Bouquet, rapporteur. You have 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 3 minutes to reply to the debate at the end. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. This report asks several critical questions. How do our circumstances at birth, or even pre-birth, determine outcomes of our lives? To what extent does being born into a certain neighborhood or belonging to a certain social class impact our chances and life outcomes? Is it possible for the millions of underprivileged people to break the class ceiling and become upwardly mobile in this prevailing social structure that we have? And how can we ensure legal protection against discrimination based on the social origin of the millions of people? As European policymakers, we are actually going through a time where we need to answer these very specific questions effectively. And this is what the current report seeks to do. It seeks to identify policies, both legislatively as well as economically, in order to tackle discrimination based on social origin. And there are several facts that have come out from our desk research, our great and very, very productive hearing, as well as discussions in our committee work. Social origin is where a person comes from. It captures their opportunities at birth, even pre-birth. It captures their opportunities that they're able to access in the early years of their lives. It is very distinct, actually, from their current socioeconomic conditions. It's what they're born into. It's what they seem to not have any control over. However, having said that, given the lack of social mobility, it's suggestive that what we're born into has a long shadow into the coming years in our lives. So our current socioeconomic positions usually reflect what we were born into, suggesting that tackling social origin discrimination is tackling socioeconomic inequalities. And it's clear that it means we will be looking into tackling, overcoming the long shadow that we carry throughout our life. And recent studies have shown that across Europe, in our very own member states, today younger generations actually have fewer opportunities for upward social mobility when compared to their parents. Things are not improving, which means we need to change our policies. Discrimination based on social origin actually has tremendous effects socially, economically, as well as politically. Discrimination based on social origin grounds results in income inequalities. It results in social exclusion. It results in pay gaps, in class pay gaps. Therefore, because it actually has significant socioeconomic inequality implications, it has a threatening effect on social cohesion. It has a threatening effect on engagement, and therefore it actually places significant risks on our democracies, where people do not feel included enough because of what they were born into. It's our duty as policymakers to make sure that actually this long shadow is overcome. So it's clearly a very critical public policy debate we should have. And most importantly, the analysis suggests that this is a multidimensional issue. It has significant intersectionality that has to be dealt with. Therefore, we need a holistic approach to the problem. We can't just deal with one part of it and ignore the rest. They feed on to each other. Now, tackling discrimination based on social origin is actually a step in the direction of building a merit-based system, where you are given the opportunities to access the resources, which means you are given the opportunity of overcoming any condition you were born into. If you're given the opportunity, then actually, as a very basic human right, you have the right of progressing. And this is what we should be protecting. We should not reinforce the existing class ceilings. which prevents upward social mobility and leads to significant class pay gaps that persist even if individuals are given good education, even if they end up in what we call prestigious jobs. This is suggestive that even through good education, even through good access to jobs, that shadow continues to prevail. Therefore, it's not just giving access, it's ensuring that the biases inherent in the system are overcome with a holistic approach that we put forward. Conditions right now also reinforce class floors, which protect people from actually downward mobility. So we should ensure that nobody falls through that floor. We should ensure that we are able to move upward together. Therefore, this report actually looks into building a fair, merit-based system with sufficient social mobility, where nobody is discriminated based on their social origin, on the conditions into which they were born. Our destiny should not be predetermined. We should give people the power, the empowerment to determine their own destiny. So in this report, actually, we take a two-pronged approach. The first block of policies are about the legal aspect. The legal aspect, which seems to be very deficient. In our international conventions, we actually have clearly stated points saying we should not be discriminating based on social origin. But through a questionnaire that we sent to our parliaments, the responses we got is suggestive that these are left on paper in international conventions. They have not translated into national legislation. Even if they have translated into national legislation, they don't have a common definition. Even if they are in the legislation, people are not even aware they're discriminated based on their social origin. Therefore, we don't have sufficient case laws to refer to. Clearly, our first duty is to tackle the legal aspect. And I will end by saying the second part of the systemic approach should be where we have policies economically and socially, that will allow people to grow out of the conditions they were born into. And I'd like to thank you in advance for the contributions you will make in this discussion that I look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saik-Bouquet. In the debate, I call first Mr. George Loukaides on behalf of the Unified European Left Group. Mr. Loukaides, you have the floor, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Allow me first to start by congratulating and thanking our rapporteur for this well-written report. The report highlights the grave consequences that discrimination based on social origins can have on the fabric of our societies and the quality of our democratic institutions. Most importantly, the report shows how poverty, inequalities, lack of equal opportunities, and social exclusion are directly related to the persistence of such abusive practices, social stereotypes, even unconscious bias that mark victims for life, limiting their ability to reach their full potential. Victims of class discrimination often suffer subtle underlying stress, negatively impacting fundamental aspects of their everyday life, such as health, personal growth and well-being, living conditions, access to education, employment, and social mobility. As a result, many are unable to rid themselves of the stigma and place themselves in vulnerable, risky, or self-harming situations, including abusive relationships, alcohol, and drug misuse. First and above all, we must combat social and economic inequalities that perpetuate discrimination and obstruct access to equal opportunities. More specifically, in relation to education, what is absolutely necessary is to safeguard equal opportunities and equip children with different socioeconomic backgrounds with the necessary support and targeted measures to meet their challenges. To achieve this, the provision and access to free, equitable, and quality education should remain the cornerstone of our efforts. Children and teenagers in particular need to be protected from this type of prejudice and discrimination that can stigmatize their confidence permanently. Sufficient and effective safety nets should be placed in schools to ensure that discriminative practices, hate speech, and bullying cannot be tolerated, even in disguised form, and need to be severely reprimanded. Achieving positive outcomes in education. Education in human rights is of paramount importance. Children from the youngest age must become acquainted with the fundamental values of diversity, equality, and inclusion. This, in turn, will allow them to recognize and sanction prejudice, discrimination, and abuse whenever it is manifested. Equally important is to enact domestic legislation that will specifically prohibit discrimination based on social origin, provide accessible remedies to victims, while strengthening the overall policy framework aimed at the prevention and protection from all forms of discrimination, including systemic racism. Finally, it is important to establish merit-based mechanisms and skill-based assessments, promoting social mobility and social justice in a clear and transparent manner, so that there can be no ambiguity in the selection criteria related to recruitment, assessment, and promotion procedures in the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lukaides. The next speaker is Mr. Stefan Schenach on behalf of the Socialist Political Group. Mr. Schenach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zuerst möchte ich mich, wie mein Vorredner, bei der Berichterstatterin herzlich für diesen engagierten, umfassenden Bericht bedanken. Im Namen der Sozialdemokraten, Grünen und Demokraten. Das ist ein Bericht, der nachdenklich macht, denn letztlich besagt dieser Bericht, was ja auch eine soziale Tatsache ist, dass Armut vererbt wird. Und es ist eine Frage, wo und in welche soziale Schicht, in welche soziale Familie werde ich hineingeboren, das entscheidet über Bildung, das entscheidet über Berufschancen, das entscheidet über die Gesundheit, das entscheidet über die Teilnahme am gesellschaftlichen Leben, am kulturellen Leben und aber auch eine Frage, wie sehr kann ich mich selbst verwirklichen, wie sehr werde ich ausgegrenzt. Das Spannende an diesem Thema ist ja die Undurchlässigkeit nach oben, aber die Durchlässigkeit nach unten. Ich habe in meinem politischen Leben immer wieder versucht, zum Beispiel die Chancen dadurch zu erhöhen, dass eine Zahnspange bezahlt wird, von den Kassen bezahlt wird. Das hat es viele Jahre nicht gegeben. Und ich denke, gerade das ist etwas ganz was Wichtiges, wenn man sich bewirbt. Die künstliche Intelligenz und die Logarithmen schaffen eine neue Form auch der Benachteiligung. Wir haben gesehen, zum Beispiel, dass die künstliche Intelligenz im Arbeitsmarktservice dazu geführt hat, dass Frauen ab 38 einfach von der künstlichen Intelligenz aus der Vermittlung rausgenommen werden. Und hinter all diesen Dingen steht natürlich auch eine Frage, wie definieren wir Leistung? Was alles ist denn Leistung? Und woher kommt dieses extreme Lohngefälle? Erstens zwischen Mann und Frau und zum anderen innerhalb einer Gesellschaft. Ist eine Arbeit von jemandem, der begünstigt ist, 50 Mal mehr wert als jemand, der hart und täglich arbeitet? Ich möchte auch erinnern, Johnny Cash schrieb einmal einen Song, Why are all the prisons black? Und damit spricht er etwas an, was wir in unseren Ländern auch haben, dass die Justiz ja gar nicht so blind ist und dass wir gerade in der U-Haft ganz viele Menschen mit Migrationshintergrund haben, die sich keine Anwälte leisten können und die einfach benachteiligt sind. Das Wohnen ist ein ganz wichtiger Punkt, deshalb hat sich Wien in seiner Tradition dem sozialen Wohnbau versprochen. Und in einer 2-Millionen-Stadt wie Wien leben immerhin 600.000 im sogenannten sozialen und geförderten Wohnbau. Ich glaube, das ist etwas, was auch seinen Respekt verdient. Und das Wohnen gehört zu dieser Frage dazu. Noch einmal der Berichterstatterin wirklich Gratulation für diesen Bericht und ich hoffe, dass er Folgen hat. Danke sehr.
Thank you, Mr. Schenach. The next speaker on our list is Ms. Yorida Tabako on behalf of the EPP and CD political group. Ms. Tabako, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you also to the rapporteur for the report and also the impressive presentation. We have to acknowledge now that in many developed countries it's getting harder to climb the social ladder. The chance if you are born in low classes and then climb to higher one is becoming less and less possible, even in countries which have higher GDP. In all studies I was able to read after reading the report, I could see that there is a chance of around 9% of a child born in the bottom fifth of income distribution reaching the top fifth, even in countries with high incomes. It is clear that advantages brought by networks, further education, birthplace, cultural references, accent, old school tiles have long been known, but now they are at place and they are working every day more. The term middle class is just not an empty social political slogan. I believe that this is more than income levels, more than social class or educational attainment. It is about the people and families who want to contribute to society and improve their local communities. I am fully aware that social origin has been a problem in developing also the so required social mobility. It is harder and harder with your own work to go from one level of income to the other. And sometimes this has also been used from populist movements to attract these voters, pointing out at this real problem. I believe that a range of socio-economic policies which accurately reflect the day-to-day changes are needed, and I believe that this body should be responsible to bring these policies and legislation out. It is important that in these times where we live, it's fundamental not to pursue discrimination based on social origin and to enhance the social mobility, which will give to everyone the possibility, and I believe that everyone should be given the possibility. Our goal is to defend the market economy with proper market strategies, but also policies. That means we should ensure a society and local communities to be equipped with all the necessary tools to deal with the challenges of today's economy. The technology should be leveraged to transform for better the society. That was also put in discussion before during this session. New technologies, business practices, global linkages are changing the labor market, and societies are changing faster, and I believe we should use this also to tackle the discrimination. I believe that this body should also place policies looking at the 10 indicators of social mobility, spanning from healthcare, education, technology, work, resilience, effectiveness of institutions, going to work opportunities. And I would also request to the rapporteur to look also at opportunities to see how countries with lower incomes are dealing now with these challenges, especially also during COVID, during the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabaku. The next speaker on our list is Ms. Nigar Arpadaray on behalf of the EC and DA political group. Ms. Arpadaray, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank our rapporteur for this important subject. We all want to live in a fairer societies where there is no place for any kind of discrimination. But unfortunately, a person's social origin is still a factor in everyday life and especially in times of crisis. I would like to draw your attention to very recent events. The whole situation with the pandemic and measures to fight it have shown us that social justice and equality is still very fragile and mythical category. COVID-19 pushed Europe to close down for quarantine for long and sad months. There was major loss in lives, disruption of economies, and a lot of physical and psychological damage to millions of people across Europe and across the world. The pandemic and resulting challenges across societies highlighted the existing social injustices. One cannot turn a blind eye towards the differential impact of the lockdowns on vulnerable groups, poor families, marginalized groups like migrant laborers, homeless individuals, internally displaced persons. What have we learned from it? We learned that social justice does not really work. We learned that it is the same illness that hit us all, but socially deprived, poor families, ethnic minorities suffered from it much more than rich and powerful. We have seen that lockdown for a person who can hire a charter flight or live in a big house, a villa with a large garden, is very different from the quarantine for a person who is crammed in a small urban studio with the whole family. For the first ones, spending a couple of weeks off the grid is not a big deal. A holiday. For a second one, it's a painful and sometimes dangerous experience. And sadly, it's not experience that saved many of these people from getting this illness. People in lockdowns still got ill, and some died. My question is, have we here in this organization done enough to promote fair protection of human rights during the pandemic, to find right balance between quarantine measures and human rights? Or we were carried away by fear-mongering and fell victim to messages promoted by some international organizations who recommended total lockdowns instead of measured and meaningful response based on scientific data and economic and pandemic modeling. We have to learn from these stories. We have to make really important conclusions on how to behave next time in order not to fall victims to fear and panic, because people's lives depend on these decisions and they affect poor more than they affect rich, which is another clear proof that we are still very far away from social justice. So this is the reason why this subject is especially important. And again, I would like to thank the rapporteur for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arpadaray. The next speaker on our list is Ms. Petra Stienen on behalf of the ALDE Group. Ms. Stienen, you have the floor.
On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to compliment Mr. Sayed Böke with this important report. When we are born, we all seem to be equal. We were all once crying babies longing to be comforted by our parents. In theory, I think we would all agree that we also should be equal before the law as well. But in reality, some babies are winners of the birth lottery and some will never win that lottery. Because the winners of that lottery are born in an environment of privilege, where there is healthy food, access to good education, and proper housing. And also, most importantly, a safe environment free of any forms of violence. But many babies are not born in this environment and will never reach that safe situation. This is what we call social origin. And I appreciate how Mrs. Sayed Böke has made a good differentiation between what is our socio-economic situation, what reflects where we are today. So where we are born is totally random and not a fact of life we have been able to influence. But it is a fact that will influence the rest of our lives. Even if we are capable of climbing that social ladder, many of us in this room can relate to this observation. In her report, Mrs. Sayed Böke gives an excellent overview on how social origin is still not recognized in many countries as a ground in anti-discrimination legislation. Awareness of the role social origin plays in access to human rights is especially important for our own work as politicians. Do we see our privileges of birth when we work on laws or when we deal with crises such as the COVID crisis? During this crisis, it was clear that even when we face the same storm, we do not share the same opportunities, potential, and access to actually weather that storm. And this, indeed, is related to the issue of social origin as well. So, indeed, we need to have better anti-discrimination legislation. We need to have better data collection and social policies that take into account this lasting impact of the social origin of our citizens. This report and the draft resolution of Ms. Sayed Böke can help all of us to be aware of the fact that in our societies, not everybody has a lucky start in life, and that all of our citizens should be entitled to an equal treatment and non-discrimination by law and policies, regardless of whether they won the lottery when they were born. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker on our list is Madame Ada Mara. Madame Mara, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Vice-présidente. Ce rapport traite d'un sujet extrêmement important. Permettez-moi d'utiliser les termes d'un grand sociologue français, puisqu'on est en France, que l'on entend plus si souvent cité, comme si les sciences n'étaient que des modes. Je parle de Pierre Bourdieu. Il explique très bien comment se passe la reproduction sociale, celle qui fait que quelqu'un issu d'une classe sociale s'en sortira difficilement. Dans ses ouvrages, La reproduction, la distinction, les héritiers, il montre les différents capitaux qui servent à reproduire les classes sociales. Le capital financier, bien sûr, mais aussi celui culturel. Et puis, il y a ce qu'il a appelé l'habitus. Nous le dirions en des termes plus simples, les codes. Les classes sociales se reconnaissent par ces habitudes, ces codes. Et il y a des dominants et des dominés. Et les structures sociales, économiques sont faites par et pour les classes dominantes. Le système scolaire, par exemple. Des classes aisées qui produisent des systèmes faits pour un cerveau habitué à certains codes. Tout cela pour dire que réussir à vaincre la prison de sa propre classe sociale, évidemment allant du bas vers le haut, est difficile objectivement et subjectivement. Le rapport tente de donner des solutions concrètes. J'en relèverai 2 ou 3 qui me semblent essentielles. Le point 14-12 de la résolution, une politique de mixité sociale pour éviter les ghettos. Cela passe par des politiques d'urbanisme et fiscales qui facilitent l'échange culturel. Nous avons trop de quartiers dans nos villes dont le profil social est semblable. Je ne parle pas uniquement des précaires, mais je parle aussi du communautarisme des aisés entre eux. Le point 2. La gratuité et moi je dirais l'obligation de fréquenter les écoles à un bas âge pour apprendre la langue quand elle vient à manquer ou la formation continue qui doit passer par des détails. Ce sont les employeurs qui doivent libérer le temps d'apprentissage et participer en partie au financement. Je fais partie des gens qui pensent qu'améliorer la condition sociale de nos collectivités permet d'éviter des comportements dus à une insatisfaction de vie en prenant d'autres groupes, en général plus précaires que soi, comme souffre-douleur. Permettre la mobilité sociale, c'est une question de justice sociale, de démocratie et de cohésion sociale. La responsabilité de l'immobilité sociale est toujours de la responsabilité des politiques. Merci à la rapporteure qui veut lutter contre le hasard de la vie d'être bien né ou non. L'origine sociale n'est pas une prison, un destin ou une fatalité. Elle ne l'est que si les politiques publiques ne les accompagnent pas vers un changement qui serait désiré. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Alain Milon. Mr. Milon, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues. Je remercie notre collègue présidente Bocquet d'aborder ce sujet des discriminations fondées sur l'origine sociale. C'est à nos yeux un point essentiel du contrat social de nos sociétés et du maintien d'une démocratie harmonieuse. On l'a encore constaté en France lors de l'élection présidentielle qui s'est tenue le week-end dernier. La tentation de se tourner vers les extrêmes est en partie corrélée au sentiment d'abandon ressenti par une partie de la population qui ne se sent plus prise en compte et qui se sent marginalisée et qui a le sentiment que ses enfants ne pourront pas s'élever dans la société. Le sujet est donc éminemment politique, mais il correspond à une vision de l'homme, à une vision de l'égalité, égalité des droits et égalité des chances au même niveau de compétences. Nul ne doit être discriminé en fonction de son origine sociale. C'est l'un des principes essentiels de la République française que nous avons tiré de la Révolution de 1789. Et pourtant, nous constatons combien il est parfois difficile de combattre ces discriminations. Non pas tant pour des motifs juridiques que pour des questions d'éducation, de projection de désir ou d'ambition et de moyens. C'est un point que j'aurais souhaité voir approfondi dans le rapport de notre collègue, car il est, selon moi, une condition essentielle de l'égalité réelle des droits et des chances. L'éducation gratuite, équitable et de qualité, mentionnée dans la résolution qui nous est proposée, est assurément indispensable. C'est la première brique dans laquelle rien n'est impossible. Mais il faut aussi que les enfants perçoivent que s'extraire de la condition sociale de leurs parents est possible, que la promotion sociale est réellement accessible d'où qu'ils viennent. Je partage donc pleinement la proposition de notre collègue lorsqu'elle recommande de lutter contre les préjugés inconscients et promouvoir les réseaux de soutien professionnel pour éviter les blessures cachées de nombreuses personnes font l'expérience lors de leur ascension sociale. Je veux également insister sur l'importance de la formation tout au long de la vie. Une société ne doit pas tout miser sur l'éducation initiale. Même si c'est un élément fondamental, elle doit aussi permettre à chacun de progresser et de se réorienter au cours de sa vie professionnelle. Cela implique une correcte adaptation du marché du travail et un engagement fort des employeurs, tant publics que privés, qui doivent pleinement mesurer l'importance de leur contribution à une construction harmonieuse de la société.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Parvin Karimzada, and she should be online. Ms. Karimzada, you have the floor. Ms. Karimzada, can you ask for the floor? We can come back to her later, so we now move on Ms. Yulia Ovchannikova. Ms. Ovchannikova, you have the floor.
Dear Madam Chair, dear Madam Rapporteur, dear ladies and gentlemen. Discrimination based on social origin are dangerous for social security and may threaten GNU democracy, which we're going to discuss during this session. Social injustice, inequality and exclusion are the favorite manipulative arguments for a populist that erode the society and may lead to the strengthening of the authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. Unfortunately, the resolution 2393 showed that disparities in all economic and social dimensions have widened in Europe. It will be even more in the current situation of the Russian aggressive war in Ukraine and massive migration flows in Europe. Today and in the near future, Ukrainian refugees may potentially be endangered and harmed in the receiving societies. Not even by legal provision, but real social economic status and lack of the lingual cultural skills to be fully adopted in new countries. I believe that talent and merit should become to the basis in recruitment, assessment and promotion on the labor market. But to implement it, the member states should elaborate and implement effective and inclusive mechanisms and instruments for the social mobility. The biggest value of the presented report is the list of good practices and recommendation on the ways to combat inequalities and social discrimination. One of the most important is 14.2, the free, equitable and equality education to all, regardless of social origin and throughout each individual's life and others. It will be good to add also financial aspect. The member states must invest into maintaining social balance in supporting reduction of the social disparities, specifically in education. And the suggested fiscal policies and spending programs must be focused on the training and education track with respect to the individual's will. On the other hand, business and the labor market should involve us more open, inclusive and transparent, as well as provide opportunities and chances rather than unnecessary and unrounded barriers. Today, all these proposed measures should also take into account the current refugee crisis in support Ukrainians that had to flee from the country due to Russian aggression. So the national legislation that is being adopted in the member states for handling the refugees crisis must envision this action, as it's, for example, already done by Poland, Lithuania, and other countries. So the current situation may teach us a lot how to avoid social discrimination as such and treat newcomers as equal in need. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and now we will try again with Ms. Parvin Karimzada. Ms. Karimzada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, today, one of the tendencies in the world is the creation of socially oriented states, ensuring sustainable economical development and social progress, increasing unity in society, ensuring equality of people, realization of equal rights for women and men, elimination of unemployment, eliminating discrimination and social isolation are on the agenda of the most states. At the same time, the supremacy of human and civil rights have been accepted by most countries in this modern age. Azerbaijan is one of these countries. Much has been done in our country to ensure human rights and fundamental freedoms, and today this work continues. For citizens, Azerbaijan has created quite normal welfare conditions according to modern standards. The fundamental building blocks of the national policy, such as assurance of the equality of rights and freedoms of all citizens, regardless of race, nationality, religion, language, sex, or origin, are expressed in the Constitution of Azerbaijan. These concepts are reflected not only in the laws, but also in everyday life of the people. The international conventions on the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, which provides basis for the civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights without discrimination on the basis of race, color, national, or social origin, was ratified by National Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan in 1996. Of course, the social origin of man should not determine his future. First of all, there should be equal opportunities in education. The number of public educational institutions for all in Azerbaijan is predominant at all levels of education: preschool, secondary education, higher education. People have the right and opportunity to receive a full education, regardless of their social origin. Today, every young person has the opportunity to receive the higher education as well as vocational training. Regardless of their social origin, everyone has the equal opportunity to have a job. In general, people of different religions, races, and social origins in Azerbaijan consider themselves an integral part of our society, and they feel the care and protection of the state and society. Thank you for your report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Mehmet Mehdi Eker. Mr. Eker, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Ms. Selin Sayek-Böke, for drawing our attention to the issue of discrimination based on social origin. Fighting against discrimination in whatever forms should be among our priorities at the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. For this reason, discrimination stemming from social origin should not be missed out and ignored as a way of discrimination relatively less known, since it may coincide with other types of discrimination. I believe that many of us have experienced or witnessed discrimination based on social origin, as the way it is discussed in the report. Being born in a specific part of the country or belonging to a particular social class by birth affects our life and future free from our educational attainments or social economic status. All Council of Europe member states are parties to treaties that explicitly prohibit discrimination based on social origin. However, many member states should add explicit references to tackle discrimination based on social origin in their national legislation,
especially if the existing grounds of discrimination laws do not cover this type of discrimination. This is a topic related to other discrimination, especially discrimination based on socio-economic status, but also a very distinct issue. That's why we need to deal with this issue for its own sake as a separate topic and take the necessary steps to prevent it. We should fight against discrimination based on social origin as we fight against other kinds of discrimination. Dear colleagues, I support the recommendations outlined in this report to tackle discrimination based on social origin. It is essential to prevent by birth disadvantages of people from turning out into negative outcomes in their lives. So I join the call to all member states to contribute to these efforts by enhancing their legislative mechanisms on this issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Roberto Rampi. Mr. Rampi, you have the floor.
Sì, grazie signora Presidente. Io credo che il tema affrontato in questo report sia veramente molto importante. Riguarda la discriminazione sociale, riguarda la scarsa mobilità sociale, riguarda la crisi della mobilità sociale, che è stata uno degli elementi chiavi della nascita della democrazia. Io ho un cruccio, una convinzione. Questa Assemblea parlamentare deve porsi il tema di come uscire dalla crisi della democrazia, che è la dominante di questo tempo, e di come costruire forme nuove. Nella Costituzione italiana c'è scritto un passaggio fondamentale, dice: la Repubblica si attiva per rimuovere gli ostacoli di ordine economico e sociale che impediscono la piena libertà. È una frase molto importante, l'ho voluta dire in italiano perché credo che ci siano persone molto più brave di me, i traduttori, a tradurla. Il tema di rimuovere gli ostacoli di ordine sociale fu oggetto di una lunga discussione dei costituenti italiani e riguarda proprio il tema che non si tratta di creare delle norme che evitino di avere delle discriminazioni, ma si tratta di creare delle norme proattive che in maniera attiva, agendo sulle condizioni di partenza, le modifichino. Quello che voglio dire è che quando nascono le democrazie moderne dopo la Seconda Guerra Mondiale, quelle persone, quelle donne, quegli uomini che costruirono l'Europa come la conosciamo e che costruirono i nostri stati, si posero il problema come elemento fondamentale della democrazia, di rompere quelle barriere visibili o invisibili che esistono per stato di nascita e di mettere in campo delle azioni economiche, culturali di grande potenza che potessero muovere queste barriere. E per quello fu inventata ad esempio la scuola di massa, che non esisteva prima, perché prima a scuola ci andavano solo alcuni. Per quello fu inventata l'università di massa, per quello furono inventati i sistemi di welfare sociale che conosciamo. Oggi noi dobbiamo ripensare tutto questo, perché tutto questo da più di 40 anni sta progressivamente facendo passi indietro, e non solo nei paesi che noi consideriamo di nuova democrazia, ma anche nei paesi di democrazia consolidata, e tutte le ultime elezioni ci segnalano questo problema. Allora per questo è così importante questo report, per questo è così importante la sfida a cui siamo invitati, perché io credo che questo sia il cuore del percorso di questa Assemblea, che ci deve associare insieme per provare a rilanciare la democrazia come strumento fattivo di mobilità sociale e di rimozione degli ostacoli economici e culturali.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lawrence Nacha, but I don't see him in the assembly. So we will move to Ms. Konul Nurulaeva. Is Ms. Nurulaeva here? So she's also not here. So we move on to Mr. Tommy Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd,
Thank you
you
very
have
much,
the floor.
Madam Chair. Can I speak now?
Sorry, your microphone isn't working because we have some problems. Mr. Nacha is online, so maybe we will move to him, so you will have your opportunity later.
Thank you very much.
Can you wait for him to finish? Okay, thank you very much, and sorry. Mr. Nacha, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work on this important issue. I would like to emphasize the importance of national minorities and how they shouldn't be discriminated. The Constitution of Hungary declares that national and ethnic minorities shall have their share of the power of the people. They shall be constituent factors of the state. Accordingly, Hungary has maintained its policy of supporting national minorities based on a solid legislative framework. However, this issue of national minorities is not a domestic, but a European one, as we also stated in the Strasbourg Declaration drafted during the Hungarian presidency of the Council of Europe last year. The Council of Europe, as the continent's leading human rights organization in protecting national minorities, as it should be, has elaborated high-level standards for the protection of national minorities. It provides a widely recognized normative scheme through the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, with their respective review mechanisms, as well as soft law regulations of the Council of Europe's organs and institutions. I encourage all Council of Europe member states and all of us to build on that scheme and thus ensure the fullest respect possible for national minority rights, which are part of international human rights. This is an excellent opportunity to meaningfully contribute to fighting discrimination based on social origin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm told that Ms. Konul Nurulaeva is also online, so Ms. Nurulaeva, you have the floor.
Dear Madam Chair, initially I would like to thank Ms. Selim Böke for preparing such a detailed and significant report on the topic of discrimination based on social origins. Although many conventions or laws have been adopted by states, based on the reports, thousands of people in the world face discrimination or unequal treatment due to their socio-economic group or caste, which perpetuates inequality in the societies. In addition, the states which are party to the European Convention on Human Rights are obliged to disclose the issues related to discrimination in the countries. According to Article 14 of this convention, the enjoyment of rights and freedoms embedded shall be secured without discrimination on any ground, including national or social origin. I would like to make a few recommendations concerning the global issue. First of all, non-governmental and civil society organizations, as well as groups and individuals responsible for human rights violations functioning in member states, should mobilize action and raise concerns regarding this issue. Such institutions may investigate best practices of institutional processes to develop effective response strategies, including educational programs and activities on human rights. It may help to improve public awareness about discrimination and prevent it in all the spheres of our life. Furthermore, I would like to highlight the fact that education could be one of the key tools for tackling racism and discrimination and building inclusive societies. Therefore, children should be taught early about equality, respect, and tolerance at schools. It will definitely notify children about the negative consequences of discrimination, distracting them to take such racist actions. Moreover, informative projects can be conducted at the national level to raise awareness among policymakers and law enforcement agencies. Such projects would assist to increase the capacity of vulnerable groups to gain expertise in the criminal, civil, and administrative legislative framework regarding anti-discrimination, hate crime, and hate speech. Dear colleagues, I can assure you that the application of these recommendations will serve to strengthen efforts on reducing and tackling all forms of discrimination. Let's unite against racism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now the next speaker is Mr. Tommy Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Capitalism creates inequality. And I say that not as a judgment, but as a matter of fact. And that means that those of us concerned with framing public policy to reduce inequality and eradicate poverty need to be concerned first and foremost with the mitigation and regulation of the economy. Now, perhaps the greatest instrument of mitigation available to any of our states is that of taxation, where we collect resources from private individuals and corporations and we deploy them in the public sphere in order to provide services and infrastructure, not on the basis of commercial transactions, but on the basis of need. And we know from studies across the world that the size of the public realm in any given economy is in direct proportion to the level of inequality in that society. But we need also to regulate the private sector, not just to create better wages and more safe and secure employment, but also to ensure that companies operate within a public sector framework, a public interest framework, where they understand that they have social obligations to serve and need to be aware of the human and environmental consequences of their activities. Now, this is a great report, and it covers many different areas of policy. I just wanted to focus on two that we are grappling with in Scotland, where I represent. The first is in the field of education. Like many countries, we have a marked difference in outcomes between kids who come from less well-off backgrounds and those who come from better-off backgrounds. And we have therefore been deploying additional resources into schools in areas of social need through our pupil equity premium. But we have learned that it is not enough just to do that in the classroom, that we also need to take action with breakfast activity, with after-school work, and by direct intervention into the home to provide support if those kids are going to achieve the same as their peers. The second area I'd be most concerned about is in the field of housing, because inadequate and insecure accommodation is a source of much inequality and much poor health in our society. And unless people have a secure base, it is very difficult for them to engage in the society around them. And this is something that simply cannot be left to the private sector. So in Scotland, we have a threefold initiative, the largest programme of social house building in any part of the United Kingdom, combined with new activity to regulate and limit rents in the private sector, combined with bringing back into use homes for families that have been removed and used as commercial short-term lets. And by doing that, we hope we can provide secure housing for everyone. So I would commend this report, but I do think that as nation states, we need to find practical action plans that actually make sure that the aspirations here are fully implemented.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lord Leslie Griffiths. Lord Griffiths, you have the floor.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I want to say thank you for the report, or at least a great part of it, but not quite all of it. I'm aware that the rapporteur herself, I thank her for the report, made it clear that there's a legislative thrust to much of it. There I have no quarrel at all. But she also mentioned in her introduction the fact that she was seeking something that was holistic. And I believe that that element of its being holistic lacks one essential element, which is the voice of those who have experienced the lack of progress, the prejudice, and all the other depressing factors that make life difficult for them. In Britain at the moment, there's a scandal that's been caused, and today's papers are full of it, because the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, who was born in humble circumstances, who had difficulties in her early life and gave birth as a young person, who's a woman, and who dresses in an appropriate way, but who has a regional accent, has found herself the butt of reportage in the press that, taking all these factors into consideration at the same time, make it clear, it's mentioned in the report, that the shadow side of one's origins as being socially outcast never quite goes away. There's no doubt at all about the fact that this matter that is causing such a scandal in the United Kingdom right now is the result of classism and an example parfait of the analysis that's being offered here. Perhaps I could just finish by saying that I myself was born in penury. I was raised in a brickyard in one room, one of two children raised by a single parent, and with no prospects whatsoever. I could tell the whole story of my life if the chair would allow me, but she won't. But I have found someone, for example, who never wore underwear until he went to university. Silly things like that. Who never owned a book until I was 16, although I now have degrees in literature. It's simply the fact that you're never quite certain socially, even someone like me in the Council of Europe, like this, that you're not going to be noticed for some indiscretion that you're unaware of, because it never goes away. And I want the testimony, therefore, of those who, as I have, and as Angela Rayner has experienced poverty and had to find their way through. Let me just say in one sentence that all my life I've spent having been clever myself and found a way out, looking for clever young people and helping them in a mentoring way to come through the barriers that face them. So, and not just do we have top-down, but we have bottom-up ways of looking at this problem.
Thank you, Lord Griffiths, and I'm sorry we don't have time for your life story, but maybe some other time. Now we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Feleknas Uja. Ms. Uja, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, verehrte Kollegen, ich möchte mich bei der Berichterstatterin Frau Buric für den ausführlichen Bericht bedanken und unterstütze natürlich den sehr wichtigen Bericht. Wir alle haben das Recht, gleich behandelt zu werden, ganz unabhängig von der sozialen Herkunft, nationaler Zugehörigkeit, Religion, Geschlecht, Sprache, Alter, Gesundheit oder sonstigen Status. Und dennoch erleben wir fast überall auf der Welt, dass Menschen wegen ihrer Zugehörigkeit zu einer anderen Gruppe verfolgt werden. Sehr oft sehen wir auch in der Politik, dass hasserfüllte und diskriminierende Rhetorik Feindseligkeiten und Gewalt gegen Minderheitengruppen schüren. Dass in der Verfassung alle gleich sind, führt die Ungleichheit der Geschlechter dazu, dass Frauen in ihrer Arbeit, Bildung und ihrem sozialen Leben wesentlich benachteiligter werden als Männer. Gewalt gegen Frauen und Frauenmorde haben leider einen wichtigen Zusammenhang mit dieser diskriminierenden Politik, auch aufgrund von Straflosigkeit. Neben der Diskriminierung von sozialer Herkunft oder Geschlecht ist die Diskriminierung von Menschen mit Behinderungen weltweit auf einem erheblichen Niveau. Einer von 10 Menschen auf der Welt ist behindert. In vielen Gesellschaften werden Menschen mit Behinderungen jedoch stigmatisiert, ausgegrenzt und als Objekt behandelt. Die überwiegende Mehrheit der Menschen mit Behinderungen leben unterhalb der Armutsgrenze. Frauen mit Behinderungen sind 2- bis 3-mal häufiger körperlicher und sexueller Gewalt ausgesetzt als Frauen ohne Behinderung. Eine zunehmende Form der Diskriminierung in der Welt ist die Diskriminierung von Ausländern. Diese Form von Diskriminierung wird oft von Politikern angeheizt, welche nach Schuldigen für soziale und wirtschaftliche Probleme im Land suchen. Es gab viele Fälle von Massengewalt gegen Flüchtlinge in verschiedenen Ländern der Welt. Dazu gehören Tötungen, Plünderungen oder Brandstiftungen von Geschäften und Unternehmen. In einigen Fällen wurde die Gewalt durch hasserfüllte Rhetorik von Politikern angeheizt, die Ausländer als Kriminelle abstempeln und ihnen vorwerfen, eine Belastung für das Gesundheitssystem zu sein. Diskriminierung ist in vielen Ländern auch zu einem Schlüsselmerkmal geworden im Umgang der Behörden mit Flüchtlingen und Asylbewerbern. Es ist die gemeinsame Pflicht aller Staaten, die Ungleichheit in der Gesellschaft zu verhindern und ebenso die Menschenrechtsverletzungen zu verhindern. Die diskriminierenden Gesetze sollten von den Regierungen abgeschafft werden. Jeder sollte gleichermaßen von Gewalt geschützt werden. Es müssen Maßnahmen ergriffen werden, um die eigentlichen Ursachen der Diskriminierung zu bekämpfen. Der Kampf gegen Diskriminierung ist unsere oberste Pflicht. Dagegen werden wir in allen Bereichen weiter ankämpfen. Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Mr. Francesco Sorbara. Mr. Sorbara, you have the floor. Mr. Sorbara is not here, so we move on to Ms. Etilda Jonay. Is Ms. Jonay here? No, she is also not here. And now we move on to Mr. Anton Gomez Reino. Mr. Gomez Reino, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam President. Bueno, en un momento donde la desigualdad ha crecido en nuestros países, primero con el COVID y sobre todo tras años donde el nocivo dogma de la austeridad en Europa y en otras partes del planeta hicieron de alguna forma crecer todas las razones de lo que este informe hoy refleja, es imprescindible abordar cómo combatir la desigualdad y la discriminación por origen social, económico y racial, también desde el ámbito social, pero sobre todo desde el ámbito legislativo. Afortunadamente, y al contrario de lo que sucedió en la crisis financiera de 2008, donde las élites financieras dictaron una austeridad que solo generó sufrimiento a nuestros pueblos y más desigualdad en nuestras sociedades, podemos afirmar que en muchos países, en el marco de la Unión Europea, también en el Estado español, de donde yo vengo, ha habido gobiernos que han entendido que en un momento de crisis, esta vez sí, hay que desarrollar todas las políticas públicas que sean precisas para garantizar una necesaria y justa cohesión social. Recuerdo cuando hace años aterricé en un país del continente más desigual del planeta, América Latina, y vi una pintada en una pared que ponía «La desigualdad es adrede». Es consciente la forma en la que se construye la desigualdad. Porque la desigualdad, al igual que la discriminación por origen social, racial o económica, no son cuestiones casuales, no son fruto del libre albedrío, no son fruto de la aleatoriedad del mercado, sino que tienen una explicación ideológica y tienen una base en aquellas fuerzas sociales y económicas, e incluso raciales a veces, que defienden modelos que dan un halo de legitimidad y de racionalidad a algo democráticamente inaceptable e indefendible, que son políticas públicas que no defienden a las mayorías, que no priorizan igualar a nuestros ciudadanos, sino que trabajan para perpetuar privilegios de algunas minorías y beneficios por encima de derechos. Todo en nuestras sociedades, por mucho que haya quien lo niegue o sin IVA de reconocerlo, está mediatizado por el origen social. Precisamente por eso, además de combatir los discursos de odio y de discriminación de minorías y clases populares, es importante que haya estados sociales fuertes y democráticos comprometidos que se encarguen de avanzar en justicia social. Y eso significa garantizar derechos, derechos como el acceso al trabajo, como el acceso a la renta, como el acceso a la vivienda, como el acceso a la salud o a la educación. Lamentablemente no vale solo con derechos, lo dijo el compañero italiano, porque hay muchos gobiernos que no ponen en marcha lo que dicen sus constituciones. Por eso tenemos y necesitamos gobiernos que no eximan sus responsabilidades, que no las externalicen, que no las privaticen y que en definitiva hagan políticas públicas que garanticen los derechos antes relatados. Decía un pensador uruguayo, Eduardo Galeano, que el alimento de las minorías se convierte en el hambre y la desigualdad de las mayorías. Por lo tanto, trabajemos también desde este organismo, evidentemente, desde el Consejo de Europa, para erradicar social, política y legislativamente la discriminación por origen social, económico o racial de nuestras sociedades.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Mr. Héctor Jaime Ramírez Barba. Mr. Ramírez Barba, you have the floor. He's online.
Muchas gracias. Felicito en primer lugar a Miscellaneous y al comité al abordar en estupendo reporte cómo el origen social de las personas afecta sus condiciones de vida, el acceso a su educación y el aprendizaje permanente, perspectivas de empleo y las posibilidades de movilidad social. Queda claro que la discriminación basada en el origen social ocurre independientemente de los cambios en el estatus socioeconómico de una persona, perpetuando la pobreza y su exclusión dentro de la sociedad. Suscribo que no hay un arranque parejo en la vida de una persona que nace en una comunidad urbana donde hay acceso efectivo a la salud, a la educación y al empleo, por mencionar algunas, que la nacida en un entorno rural o en los cinturones de miseria de las grandes urbes, donde las oportunidades para el desarrollo humano caen a cuentagotas, excluyéndolas de lo que yo llamo humanidad. El estatus socioeconómico visto a través de la riqueza, las propiedades y la vivienda o el nivel de educación en cualquier momento de la vida no lo debemos confundir con su origen social, pues limitaría nuestras posibilidades de auxilio a las personas provenientes del mismo estrato de nacimiento. En México, la Constitución política la modificamos en 2011, dándole prioridad absoluta a los derechos humanos y sus garantías. Centrados en la persona, establecimos la prohibición de toda discriminación motivada por origen étnico o nacional, género, edad, discapacidades, condición social, condiciones de salud, religión, opiniones, preferencias sexuales, estado civil o cualquier otra que atente contra la dignidad de las personas y que tenga por objeto anular o menoscabar los derechos y libertades de las personas. Declarar en la Constitución no ha sido suficiente. La pobreza y la desigualdad aumentaron casi 17 millones de personas en los últimos años y se agravó con la pandemia por el pésimo manejo que, a mi juicio, ha dado nuestro gobierno a la misma. Los más afectados fueron millones de personas de origen indígena, a decir del reporte del Coneval en 2011, con serios retrocesos en la educación y en la salud. Me llevo la tarea del reporte para el Congreso mexicano establecer la búsqueda de evidencia. Los ojos no ven lo que la cabeza no piensa. Debemos medir los efectos que causa la discriminación de origen social a lo largo del ciclo de vida de las personas. Luego, en consecuencia de los hallazgos, proponer cambios legales, los recursos requeridos y las medidas de políticas públicas accesibles, efectivas y de amplio alcance, capaces de atacar de raíz los sistemas y estructuras que producen tal discriminación, como lo propone este estupendo reporte puesto a consideración de la Asamblea y que espero que aprueban todas y todos ustedes, queridos colegas. Por su atención, muchas gracias.
Thank you, and that concludes the list of speakers, and I call Ms. Saeg-Bokeh, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all colleagues who have contributed to, I think, this very fruitful debate. I'd like to start by saying, Lord Griffiths, you have rightfully mentioned we need to hear the voice of those who have experienced this unfortunate situation. And indeed, in the hearing we had in the committee, we were lucky enough to hear from both Equinet as an institution with regard to the experiences they have collected, as well as Professor Sam Friedman, who was able to give us actually concrete examples through UK about the existence of classism through, as you said, very personal experiences. So I'm happy that we're now able to underline that what we have on paper here is not what's on paper, it's actually the reality of life, which is a collection of experiences of the millions who don't have their voices heard. So I'm happy we have the opportunity to do so. Now, in the discussion, I think we've come up now with 3 blocks that were very critical in our discussion of the hearing as well, which I'd like to reiterate given the opportunity. One is individuals who can't rely on the bank of their mom and dad find it difficult to actually take the risks to do things. Therefore, it's the duty of the welfare state to say, I am the bank. I'm here to allow you to try. I'm here to allow you the guarantee of risk-taking. If anybody can do it, you have the opportunity as well. So I think education that starts from early ages and goes up to the end of reskilling, upskilling throughout our life in entering to the labor market and staying in the labor market, which were very well identified, I think, in the discussions today. The second issue is we've learned that networks based on class affinities actually influence people's life chances. The lottery that was mentioned, or the obstacles that were mentioned. So I think it's our duty to ensure that it's not a lottery, it's actually a right that's protected, that indeed obstacles are not put there by the system. Actually, the system tries to remove those obstacles, and that's what policy should do. And finally, this was very rightfully debated, I think, here today, cultural affinities feed unconscious biases. We might not even know we have the bias. And this can only be overcome if we have common cultural grounds where we mingle. The silly things don't go away, and they need not go away. We make sure that those silly things actually remain there, but do not become obstacles, that we learn to accept they are not silly things. They are actually what make us who we are. So I think residential policies, housing policies, education policies, these are actually rights-based policies that we forgot with austerity. I'm glad in today's discussion we were reminded of that. Last words, I'd like to thank our committee, I'd like to thank the plenary, and especially from the Secretariat, Sarah Burton, for the immense work they've done to actually have this good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the chairperson of the committee wish to speak? You have the floor.
Yes, Madam President, I would like... just a minute. Madam President, first of all, of course, I would like to heartfully thank our rapporteur, Salin Sayegh-Böke, for her excellent and groundbreaking report. She has shone a spotlight on a reality which public policy far too often ignores. That is, that our social origin, the circumstances into which we are born, has consequences long into our future. Often, we concentrate our education in this field. We see it as the key to ensuring that the person's future is not determined simply by the fact that they were born into poverty and disadvantage. And clearly, education is crucial. But Ms. Sayegh-Böke's report shows us that when it comes to overcoming discrimination based on social origin, we need far more wide-ranging action. We need to overcome the barriers and inequalities that persists into working life and that create the class ceilings, class floors, and long-term glass pay gaps that Mrs. Sayegh-Böke describes so well in her report. We need legal measures, of course. Discrimination based on social origin has been prohibited under major international human rights conventions, including those of the Council of Europe, for many decades. But we need to make sure that it is incorporated in our domestic laws and that these laws are effectively applied. And we need holistic measures, just as Ms. Böke mentioned in her presentation, which includes access to lifelong learning, active fiscal and policy measures to break long-term material deprivation, positive action, and better implementation by all states of the European Social Charter. That is what this report calls for. It calls for comprehensive action from all of our states to tackle discrimination based on social origin effectively. And I invite the plenary to support this report, which was unanimously approved by our committee. And I once again congratulate and thank heartfully our rapporteur, Salin Sayegh-Böke, for the excellent work. And finally, if I may, Madam President, today's debate is not the end for this subject, it is the beginning. So I call on you to use this report to tackle discrimination based on social origin back at home. Thank you very much, Ms. Böke.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination has presented a draft resolution, document number 15499, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution. A simple majority is required. The vote in the hemicycle and via remote voting is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15499 is adopted. I congratulate the rapporteur for her wonderful work. Thank you.
So we now come to the free debate. First of all, I have to remind you that, and I quote, members of the Assembly shall behave in a cautious, polite, and respectful manner towards each other and towards the President of the Assembly or any other person who is presiding. They shall refrain from any action that may disrupt proceedings. End of the quote. This includes use of symbols, signs, and gestures that disrespect other members or cause disruption. And I invite you to observe these rules during the sittings today and for the rest of the part session. And this is my first session to share, so I ask you to make it easy for me, even if we have issues which are very emotional to the members of the Assembly. I remind members that this debate is for topics not already on the agenda agreed on Monday. Speaking time will be limited to 3 minutes, and the free debate will finish at 8 p.m. I call first Mr. Kamal Jafarov in responsibility for his political group. You have the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. In the light of recent trilateral meetings, we consider our Armenian colleagues' statements made in yesterday very unconstructive. As a matter of fact, those claims were false. First of all, there is no administrative unit called Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. There is no Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. I know I may sound subjective. I know I may sound not objective. But if you check the final communique of the Council of European Union, you will find that there is no mentioning of the Nagorno-Karabakh and conflict in there. As a matter of fact, following that meeting, Prime Minister of Armenia made a public comment that Armenia accepts 5 principles put forward by Azerbaijan. And we consider those comments very positive. And we also expect same seriousness from our colleagues here. Secondly, we have also noticed that yesterday many references made to the OEC Minsk Group. Let me give the answer. A mandate given to OEC Minsk Group for us is de facto invalid. I will tell you why. Because since the OEC Minsk Group established, they have been achieved 0 result. And we understood that OEC Minsk Group was established to legalize and eternalize Armenian occupation. And of course, we object that. Now we have resolved the conflict ourselves. Now the issue in the agenda is the normalization of the relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. As a matter of fact, yesterday our foreign Minister of Armenia and also Azerbaijan had a telephone conversation. And this telephone conversation was happened for the first time, last two conversations, was happened in the last 30 years. This is the good and positive development. Both foreign ministers agreed on the composition of the Joint Border Commission. This is the positive development. And they also agreed on to convene next meeting of the Joint Border Commission and also working group on preparation of the peace treaty in the near future. Therefore, we believe that, in the firm belief that relations between two countries should be resolved by two countries. And if there are those who want to help, they should help. But if there will be any unconstructive interference, we will not allow it. And this is our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Damien Cotier for the ALDE Group.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, ich gratuliere für die neue Funktion. Chers et chers collègues, au nom du groupe ALDE, j'aimerais exprimer notre consternation suite à la condamnation en perpétuité de M. Kavala par un tribunal turc. La Cour européenne des droits de l'homme a rendu en 2019 un arrêt définitif exigeant sa libération immédiate. Les arrêts de la Cour sont de force obligatoire pour tous les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. En prenant une décision qui va à fin contraire, la Turquie se met dans une position très délicate à l'égard de notre Conseil, de ses valeurs et de ses processus. Nous appelons donc la Turquie à reconsidérer cette évolution. Deuxièmement, j'aimerais attirer l'attention de cette Assemblée sur les menaces contre notre ancien collègue, M. Dick Marty, qui a été président de 2 commissions et rapporteur sur plusieurs dossiers qui ont fortement contribué à la réputation de notre Conseil. En plus des rapports sur les prisons secrètes de la CIA, fameux, il a notamment présenté un rapport sur le trafic d'organes commis par certains commandants de l'UÇK, devenus ensuite leaders politiques au Kosovo. Ce rapport a eu un grand écho. Bien que les responsables kosovars en aient rejeté les allégations, il a contribué à l'établissement des chambres spécialisées à La Haye, où après des années d'enquête, les responsables kosovars doivent rendre des comptes. Auront-l'a appris par les médias, notre ancien collègue vit depuis 16 mois sous protection policière renforcée, car les autorités suisses ont reçu des informations sérieuses qu'il existe une menace contre la vie de M. Marty, en fait qu'un contrat a été établi pour le faire assassiner. D'après les informations publiques, ce serait de certains cercles serbes qu'émanerait cette menace dans le but de discréditer les autorités kosovares. Les autorités serbes ont rejeté ces allégations. La justice suisse enquête, mais la menace contre notre ancien collègue demeure. De telles menaces contre un rapporteur de l'Assemblée sont inacceptables. La Commission des affaires juridiques que je préside en a parlé aujourd'hui, et je le dis en son nom, toute la lumière doit être faite et le Conseil de l'Europe doit réagir fortement contre de telles menaces qui risquent aussi de diminuer notre capacité d'action. Je me réjouis donc des condamnations fermes exprimées tout à l'heure par la secrétaire générale du Conseil de l'Europe. Les gouvernements concernés doivent assumer leurs obligations à l'égard de notre Assemblée. Dernier point, enfin, Monsieur le Président, un point tout différent et dans un autre domaine. Au nom de la délégation suisse, j'aimerais remercier M. Daniel Zender. Il a été le loyal secrétaire de notre délégation pendant, rendez-vous compte, 19 ans. M. Zender prendra sa retraite à la fin de cette semaine. Le hasard du calendrier veut qu'il termine sa carrière professionnelle ici à Strasbourg. C'est très symbolique. Nous aimerions le remercier pour son engagement et sa loyauté et lui souhaiter le meilleur pour ce nouveau chapitre.
Merci, Monsieur Cotier. And now, on behalf of the UEL Group, Paul Gavin.
Thank you. According to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court of 1998, the legal definition of apartheid has 3 elements. 1, the existence of an institutionalized regime of systematic racial oppression and discrimination. 2, that regime has been established with the intent to maintain the domination of one racial group over another, and 3, which feature inhumane acts committed as an integral part of the regime. We know that Israel operates a separate two-tier legal and political system in East Jerusalem and the West Bank for Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs. Against the grain of the 21st century, Israel assigns or denies these rights based on ethnicity and nationality. 700,000 Israeli Jewish settlers in East Jerusalem enjoy rights of Israeli citizenship, the right to vote, a European standard of living, Israeli courts, and Jewish-only settlements. 3 million stateless and rightless Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, in contrast, are living under military occupation, with separate roads, military zones, a per capita GDP 1/13 of Israel's economy, and the steady confiscation of Palestinian land for settlements. That's before we even mention the 2 million Palestinians living in the largest open-air prison in the world in the occupied Gaza Strip. There is no question that the intent of Israeli government is to dominate one racial group over another. To quote the current Israeli Foreign Minister, Yair Lapid, he says, "My principles say maximum Jews on maximum land with maximum security and minimum Palestinians." Or current Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and again I quote, "I oppose a Palestinian state and I'm making it impossible to conduct diplomatic relations that might lead to a Palestinian state." As for inhumane acts, I only have time to highlight the headlines: denial of the right to life and liberty, denial of full participation in society, dividing the population on racial lines, exploitation of labour as a racial group, torture, collective punishment, arbitrary killings, and internment without trial, including the internment of children. Earlier this year, Amnesty International became the latest NGO to recognise what so many of us already knew to be true, that Israel is an apartheid state. It did so via an incredibly detailed and evidence-based report. In doing so, it joined over 450 other NGOs around the world in recognising that Israel is practising apartheid on a daily basis, including a number of very courageous Jewish human rights groups, such as B'Tselem. Indeed, those courageous Jewish activists put the lie to the claim that to say Israel is an apartheid state is anti-Semitic. It is no such thing. It is simply telling the truth. So my question to this Assembly is simple. When will the Council of Europe and this Assembly recognise that what is being practised by Israel is apartheid and call clearly for an end to apartheid in occupied Palestine and the Israeli state itself? Thank you.
Now at the floor, Mrs. Céline Zayek-Böke on behalf of the Socialist Group.
Thank you very much. Today I'd like to speak to you about those who were stripped from their freedom through an unlawful process that is highly political. The supposedly legal process concerning the countrywide peaceful Gezi Park protests of 2013, participated by the millions in Turkey. A human rights defender who runs from court to court defending especially for social rights of the victimized, Can Atalay. A famous architect who was devoted her whole life to defending the right to city as the chair of the Chamber of Architects, Mücella Yapıcı. A city planner who has put his skills to public use in building more livable cities, Tayfun Kahraman. A human rights activist, businessperson, Osman Kavala. And many others whom I cannot refer to given my time limitations. Osman Kavala was given an aggravated life sentence. The other defendants were sentenced to 18 years in prison for allegedly assisting his so-called crime. It is these people, these very people I just defined, who have been stripped from their freedom with a political verdict. People who give flesh to democracy through their activism. And therefore, it is these values that they gave life to that are being imprisoned through this unlawful and highly political court proceeding. I say it's highly political, not out of just a free word. I can give you a few highlights to show you it's a political process. For example, one of the appointed judges who ran the process was actually running for political positions as a candidate for the governing party. He gave the verdict. The defendants were previously acquitted. Since then, no new evidence was added to the file. Now, with the same evidence, going from an acquittal, we've come to life sentences. What changed? Politics. Defendants who have attended all hearings for years have been arrested based on the grounds of, I quote, suspicious escape. Even those, for example, like Çiğdem Mater, who returned from Germany to the court. If she was to escape, would she have come there? Clearly, the verdict is political and not legal. Therefore, it's on us to identify the politics of it. The political goal is to intimidate the people, the democratic opposition, the rights defenders. And I underline, it's not because of the power they hold, it's because of their weakness. It's because of the power that is held by the democratic forces, those of us who are fighting to build that democracy, to protect the human rights. We have no doubt that we will not allow for hypocrisy to win, hypocrisy that speaks the words of principles, but does not act the action of those principles. And it is the political fight of the Turkish people who will build that democracy. I have no doubt. Why? Because in the last local elections, this is what we did. Why? Because in Gezi, we protected the green of the city. Why? Because democracy will be alive as long as the Democrats fight for it. I have no doubt we in Turkey will build that democracy. Thank you.
And now on behalf of the EPP group, Mr. Stroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, it is very important that we turn our attention today to a horrific development of the war of aggression against Ukraine, one that solidifies Vladimir Putin's place as one of the totalitarian leaders of our history. I am referring to the deportation of over 500,000 Ukrainian citizens from the occupied territories to remote areas of the Russian Federation. 500,000 people, dear colleagues. That is twice the population of Strasbourg. To displace 500,000 people without their agreement is without a doubt a war crime, the act of a totalitarian regime and a clear branch of the Geneva Conventions. To make matters worse, according to President Zelensky, there are at least 5,000 children too, from Mariupol alone, who have been deported to Russia. Furthermore, the Russian side has set up a so-called filtration camps, where they seize passports and phones before distributing the people to various Russian areas. There have been reports of people getting killed in these camps, of girls and women being raped. It is clear that the handling of Ukrainian citizens is indisputably inhuman. There is no need for me to elaborate further on the concept of filtration camps and the connotation this concept carries out for all of us. I know my blood ran cold when I read about them, and I'm sure you are just as shocked. So, we ask of you, dear colleagues, we ask of us, the Council of Europe, to take immediate action and track down these people to find out where they are exactly and what is happening to them. This is a human rights issue and well within our scope, and we should collaborate with other organizations who are already taking action on this matter, such as the Red Cross and the others. Let us not turn a blind eye on this tragedy, and let us remember the promise we made, the goal we all share to create a better, safer life for all our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the list of speakers, not on behalf of the political groups, and this is Mrs. Fataliyeva. Is she in the assembly? Where? Oh, she's
Mr. President,
by Akudo. Yes,
ladies and
now you have the
gentlemen.
floor.
Thank you. Mine clearance remains an important issue in the post-conflict period in Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan is one of the most mine-contaminated and unexploded ordnance countries after the liberation of territories from occupation. The main goal of Azerbaijani government is the safe return of citizens to their native lands. The timing of this return depends on the demining of the territories. And today, more than 30 people have died from mines in the liberated territories, both military personnel and civilians. And also, although Armenia has provided Azerbaijan with maps of mined areas, the accuracy is unfortunately just 25%. The Armenian occupying forces mined thousands of hectares of lands, that's water resources, even cemeteries. And failure by Armenia to provide all the accurate maps of mined areas is a war crime under international law. It is the presence of a large number of mines in liberated territories that seriously slows down the restoration process being carried out here. And this testifies to the scale of humanitarian catastrophe that Azerbaijan has faced and which is a real threat. Today, my country carries out real steps toward the establishment of life in the liberated territories in order to speed up the return of refugees and the opening of transport corridors, while the Armenian side continues to do everything possible to make some obstacles in this process. And today we come up with a peace agenda, and there was no response from Armenia, unfortunately, a real response. An international organization also showed little interest in that. And so we put forward a proposal consisting of 5 specific principles, and Armenia has accepted these 5 principles after the Brussels meeting. And thus, the leadership of Armenia has officially stated that it recognizes the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and has no territorial claims to Azerbaijan and will not do so in the future. And this is an essential moment for the post-conflict period. And we have intended to conduct further negotiation based on these 5 principles. And it's also very regrettable that international organization called upon to ensure the implementation of humanitarian conventions and the rule of international law treat this situation rather superficially and do not exert the necessary pressure on Armenia. And here, by speaking here in the pre-debate, I call on the Parliamentary Assembly to push the member state Armenia to respect the international law, to make all necessary steps forward to normalize relationship with Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Now has the floor Mrs. Yul Haikian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, earlier today, Mr. Tony Cox stated that he sees this platform as an agora rather than an arena, and I do share this approach. Unfortunately, sometimes we use this respective platform as a battlefield, forgetting the initial idea the Council of Europe is based on, idea of gathering European nations together to find solutions to common problems, the idea of rebuilding and maintaining peace on a shattered continent, the idea of upholding human rights in Europe. Yesterday and today, my Azerbaijani colleagues declared that Azerbaijan has done and still does everything to reach peace. And I understood that being in the same organization, we, however, have different perceptions concerning the core values the organization is based on. We have different perceptions of peace, different perceptions of human rights. For example, when you shell a maternity hospital, it does not lead to peace. When you behead an elder civilian, this does not lead to peace. When you create a trophy park with degrading and dehumanizing mannequins of Armenian soldiers in the heart of your capital, when you proudly take your children to that park and show them these mannequins and so-called trophies, this does not lead to peace. This can lead to disrespect, maybe hatred, but not to peace. When you refuse releasing prisoners of war, other detained people, when you make them a subject of bargaining, continuously demanding more and more concessions, this does not lead to peace. When you give no importance to the ECHR rulings, resolutions of the PACE and the European Parliament related to the Armenian prisoners of war, denying the international instruments designed for the protection of human rights. This does not lead to peace. When, even after the war, you shoot at villages, at peaceful civilians living in their homeland, using small and large caliber weapons, this does not lead to peace. When you intentionally blow up the gas pipeline and deprive the peaceful population, including children, of heating in the coldest weather conditions, leaving them freeze, this is not about peace. When your armed forces, using loudspeakers, continuously threaten the peaceful population, prompting them to leave their homes and native villages, this is not peace. When you destruct, annihilate Armenian churches, historical cultural monuments, cemeteries, even after the ruling of the International Court of Justice, respective resolutions by the PACE and the European Parliament, when your president publicly orders to erase the ancient Armenian manuscripts from the Armenian churches and Nagorno-Karabakh, thus erasing the Armenian trace from these territories, this is not about peace. So, dear colleagues, speaking about peace, let's make sure that here in this agora, we understand the word peace the same way. Maybe this will help us to start a confidence-building process, peace-building process, and eventually bring a real peace to the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is Mr. Nikolowski has the floor.
Thank you. Respected members of PACE, the strongest European institution for the protection of human rights is under the jurisdiction of the Council of Europe, the European Court on Human Rights. In the European Court, tens of thousands of citizens from all over Europe are seeking justice that they cannot find in their domestic courts when their basic human rights, the right of freedom of speech, the right of association, the right of national self-identification, and the right to use their mother language have been violated. Macedonians from Bulgaria have been fighting for these rights for decades. They have always lived there and they want to exercise their national, linguistic, and cultural lives, but unfortunately, Bulgaria refuses to do so. Refuses to register their associations throughout which they want to exercise their rights. You will agree this is a non-democratic act by a member state of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 14 judgments of the European Court of Human Rights that refer to Macedonians in Bulgaria, and so far, none of them has been implemented by Bulgaria. None. This is a strong undermining of the court's credibility, and that is why the Council of Europe must act. In the conditions of war in Ukraine, when human rights are not respected, bad examples are not needed in Europe. I would like to highlight 2 of the 14 judgments of the European Court, which for me, in a very symbolic way, show where Bulgaria is in this process. The first is for the refusal to register Macedonian Club for Ethnic Tolerance in Bulgaria. What is disputable if a Macedonian Club for Ethnic Tolerance is registered when ethnic tolerance is the highest goal of the Council of Europe? The second verdict also refers to the Society of the Repressed Macedonians in Bulgaria, victims of the communist terror. Communism has reigned in Bulgaria for 45 years, and I see no reason for Bulgaria not to face its past and to admit that there are victims of communist terror who, among other things, suffered also because they were Macedonians. It is no coincidence that the analysis of the Secretariat for Enforcement of the judgments expresses deep concern that in the latest registration procedures initiated by the Macedonian applicant associations in Bulgaria, the courts have again disregarded the principles set out in the European Court's judgments and the interim resolution of the Committee of the Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, Bulgaria is constantly blocking Macedonia on the European path. Macedonia cannot start accession talks with EU because Bulgaria constantly vetoes. And at the same time, Bulgaria does not respect the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. This is the hypocritical policy I seek to end. Macedonia to start EU membership negotiations because the citizens of Macedonia deserve it, and Bulgaria to allow basic human and linguistic rights of Macedonians in Bulgaria. Only such an approach can lead to good neighborly relations and friendly relations between the Macedonian and Bulgarian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I call Vladimir Vardanyan for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope Mr. Jafarov is still here and Mr. Saidov, who will follow me and would, speaking about genuine democracy, would listen to me very carefully. When I was a student, I made some research in history, and I remember the small historical documents on the speech of one of the architects of the Armenian genocide with the German ambassador to Ottoman Empire, who said precisely, this is maybe the first phrase I have ever heard in French. He said, "La question arménienne n'existait plus." 100 years after, here in the core of Europe, after the genocide, Holocaust, a lot of crimes committed, a lot of things done, what we are listening here, what we are allow ourselves to listen. Mr. Jafarov stated, there is no Nagorno-Karabakh. There is no people of Nagorno-Karabakh. Couple of weeks ago, the head of the delegation of Turkey, I don't know, it was done deliberately or not, he said in the political committee, he said, why Armenians are still in Azerbaijan? Why Armenians are still exist? I'm surviving, and my family is surviving for more than 100 years. Yes, our colleagues precisely mentioned that everybody born equal, but only rare of them get lottery to be born in a wealthy and healthy societies or healthy and wealthy families. I understood this position. I understood the position of Mr. Jafarov. He don't wanna anyhow admit the existence of Armenians. And this is a serious issue. And I would like to refer to you, Mr. Chairperson, to say it was not just a speech during the free debate. It was a speech on behalf of the political group. Do we still accept this behavior? Mr. Jafarov, I cannot blame you or I cannot criticize you because you do not know, unfortunately, you was born in a country which has no interconnection with democracy. As soon as you would understand, you will see what is a genuine democracy, you would understood that Nagorno-Karabakh exists, that the people of Nagorno-Karabakh exist, that Azerbaijan exists, that Armenia exists, that Turkey exists, and we may live together in a peace. Democracy is a key. I wish you to become a democratic state somehow. Thank you.
So now we have a point of order, just to the procedure and not to the rise to debate. Please, Mr. Yildiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vardanyan misquoted my question in the monitoring committee and bureau. It is unfair to bureau and I should correct it. I questioned why Armenian soldiers are in territory of Azerbaijan, not Armenian natives. Thank you.
Yes, point of order. You can answer. But he explained now what
I would like to have a video, if it is possible. But he said, why Armenians? Why Armenians, not Armenian soldiers?
So this is something we cannot clarify here, what he said in the committee, but I think it's a good signal that he said, that he explained that he meant soldiers. So now the next speaker is Mr. Saidov.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Not so easy in this very difficult situation to be
polite, precise. Actually, we should think, how can we deal with this situation? And yesterday I already mentioned that the only one way to find the way out from this very difficult situation is to follow the values which we have here in this assembly. As a leader of Azerbaijani delegation, I have to repeat that this is our suggestion, to sit together with Armenians, with Armenian delegation, and to discuss all these kind of problems. Not on here, on this hemicycle, but face to face, and start to communicate with each other. Not to make speeches for your internal audience. Not to be so great hero of your nation, but to do some real steps. And the first real step I can present to this very respectable audience. Officially, as a leader of delegation, I invite my Armenian colleagues to sit together with Azerbaijanis and to discuss, first of all, humanitarian problems. First of all, confidence-building measures. This is the first. But in any case, being a politician, I have to answer in a very polite form to my friend and colleague, Mr. Rubinian. He said about Armenians in Azerbaijan. But I have to clarify the situation. During the war, before the war, we have, and we will have Armenians in Azerbaijan. Approximately today in Baku, we have 30,000 Armenians. And Armenians in Karabakh, they are citizens of Azerbaijan, and we respect them. But can I ask Mr. Vardanyan, do they have even one Azerbaijani in Armenia? No. What about the ethnic cleansing of all Azerbaijanis from Armenian territories? That's why, instead of shaming and fingering us, look at the mirror and then started to make some statements. But I wanted to avoid this kind of behavior. I wanted to follow the recommendation which my president said here. That's why, again, my dear colleagues, if you really and sincerely want to have a peace in the region, let's sit together, let's discuss humanitarian questions, let's follow human rights, democracy, and the rule of law values of this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Altunialdis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, as you all may recall that in last year's session, our Assembly held several debates and adopted 4 reports on the issues related to climate change and its implications on human rights and democracy. I'd like to indicate that I had the honor to be the rapporteur of the report on criminal and civil liability in the context of climate change that was adopted unanimously with the contribution of you esteemed members of the Assembly. Sadly, on the contrary, climate change and global warming are getting irreversible day by day. And for all these reasons, my dear colleagues, I believe that our Assembly should follow up its significant amount of work that has been done on this delicate subject. There is now widespread agreement that human rights norms apply to the environmental issues, including the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. In order to safeguard human rights in relation to the environment, we have to develop a set of legal norms and ensure that they are put in force by all states. Therefore, in my report on climate change, I emphasize the need for establishing states' criminal and civil liability in the context of climate change. Since climate change has a global nature adversely affecting everyone, liability must be reinforced at European and global level. In order to maintain deterrence and corrective justice, we have to identify the victims and perpetrators to harm the environment and inflict the change. Our purpose is to provide for adequate compensation and to prevent further damage to the environment. Hence, I strongly believe that the introduction of polluter pays principle is key for a greener world for the future generations. My dear colleagues, to address the current challenges related to climate change, states must consider introducing the crime of ecocide in their national criminal legislation, as we all recognizing universal jurisdiction for ecocide as well. To sum up, at both European and national level, we must establish a legal framework that will safeguard our environment and people against the threat of climate change. By doing that, I wish all of us to live more sustainable world together. And I thank you. Mr. Chair, let me also raise the issue that my Armenian colleague raised. I am really disappointed that our Armenian colleagues raise again and again some historical event. I believe that we should leave historical events to historians, and we should open all archives and let them study. My country, as Turkey, already opened his archives and invites for the establishment of a joint committee. Our initiative to our Armenian colleagues are still valid and open, and we invite them to take constructive and participate in this study on history. And I thank you.
So now we have a speaker by Kodo. It's Mrs. Nurulayeva. You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Chair, the honorable members of the Council. I would like to note that in the autumn of 2020, Azerbaijan implemented 4 resolutions of the UN Security Council, adopted almost 30 years ago on the liberation of Azerbaijani territories. During the 44-day war, Azerbaijan strictly adhered to the basic principles of international humanitarian law. Immediately after the end of the Second Karabakh War, Azerbaijan offered peace to Armenia. Again, I want to mention peace to Armenia. At present, the peace agenda of Brussels has been formed. Though a meeting between the leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia took place on December 14, 2021 in Brussels, on February 4 in video format, and on April 6 this year in Brussels at the initiative of President of the EU Council, Charles Michel. Prior to the April meeting, Azerbaijan has presented to the other side 5 basic principles for the normalization of relations between 2 countries. These principles include the recognition of each other's territorial integrity, the legal obligation not to have territorial claims against each other, the avoidance from strengthening each other's security, delimitation and demarcation of borders, the establishment of diplomatic relations, and the opening of transport and communications. The principles proposed by Azerbaijan are the basic principles of interstate relations between any country. Azerbaijan is ready to negotiate with the other side in the Baku-Yerevan format. We also expect real steps from Armenia. As my colleagues mentioned, I want to underline real steps from Armenia. However, unfortunately, despite these agreements, Armenia is taking steps to disrupt peace by committing provocations on the border. Azerbaijan also suffers from landmines planted by Armenians in the liberated territories. And since the tripartite statement signed on November 10, 2020, more than 200 Azerbaijanis, mostly civilians, and even media representatives have been killed or injured. At the same time, the fate of about 4,000 Azerbaijanis who have been missing since the first Armenian-Azerbaijani war should be clarified. To sum up, international organizations should play the role of a platform that contributes to the process of building mutual trust between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and the establishment of the integrated South Caucasus region. This is important, first, for strengthening lasting peace and cooperation in the region, and second, ensuring the well-being of our people in the region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now the last speaker for today is Mrs. Nigar Alpadarai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we here in Council of Europe are now facing fundamental challenges. We currently have a hot phase of the largest military conflict in Council of Europe space since its establishment. The geography of Council of Europe has changed, and we cannot avoid a very open discussion about how we should move further. We have to openly ask ourselves, what is the new European security system, the new law and order is going to look like? Military separatism, secessionism, and territorial claims towards other countries, these are the proven biggest threats to the security system of our continent of the last decades. They brought conflicts, destruction, wars, mass violations of human rights, extremism and terrorism. In the new Europe that will be reborn soon, this must be different. All Council of Europe countries should have similar guarantees and should be able to use all the mechanisms that provide for efficient protection of our nations against external aggression, against internal threats such as aggressive militarized secessionism, territorial claims and separatism. We finally should stand for these principles everywhere, be it Western or Eastern Europe, if we want to have Europe in which such organizations as Council of Europe or OSCE are able to fulfill their mandate. There must be clear sanction mechanism for the members of individuals who support separatism through illegal means. There must be a commitment by all members not to support it in other countries. Too often, separatism is used as a pretext to invade or occupy the neighbor. Not seeing this is impossible. This is impossible, and without fixing this, we will not be able to sustain whole and safe Europe without division lines. We Azerbaijanis know that, because we know we faced aggression, we faced occupation of our lands by Armenia, total destruction of the lands to the level when one of the most beautiful cities of Azerbaijan, Agdam, is called Hiroshima of the Caucasus. Because if we do not create security and rule of law in Europe, we will not be able to promote human rights cause, as there is a clear link between the ability of a nation to sustain its integrity and the ability of a nation to promote and protect human rights. And if we fail in this, then why would we need Council of Europe? And at the end, dear Chair, my colleague Mr. Vardanyan is not here, but I still want to ask him. I still want to join my Turkish colleague and ask him why Armenian army is still in the territory of Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Is there a point of order or a request to speak? So we have 3 minutes. You can have both. Yeah, point of order is shorter. So
Shorter, very short.
Okay.
Respecting this assembly, I checked what I said in the political committee. I quote, Mr. Yildiz asked why Armenian soldiers were still on the territory of Azerbaijan and called for peace. This is against accusations. Okay.
Okay, this is the proof, but the colleague is not there, so I propose you tell it him personally by a coffee or something else. And I thank you all. I see no other requests to speak. Then I thank you all. You made it easy for me today. It was a respectful and good and polite debate on issues which are very important for every speaker, and we saw the emotions as well. The debate is closed, and the Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday, and the sitting is adjourned.
I think you warned them from the beginning and they took it seriously.